debt is growing faster than the economy. Effectively, we're borrowing from future generations.
You're a mean one, Mr. Powell. QTQE, Americans still lose. The Fed's a ticking time bomb that nobody can defuse, Mr. Powell.
We print it digitally.
You're a common counterfeiter, and we're on to your
spending is necessary.
Did it spark the inflation?
It may have contributed a little bit to the inflation.
You're a monster, Mrs. Yellen. You're the ghost of QE past. You printed cash like it was nothing. Now we're paying through the ass, Mrs. Yellen. You're an overpaid toadstool who f***ed the middle class. You're a vile one, Mr. Starmer. You're the king of the thought police, arresting citizens for posting memes while criminals get released, Mr. Starmer. You're truly incredible. I mean, honestly, I've never seen anyone tank a country with such speed.
Mixed messages about whether the CS offenders or not.
You're a foul one.
There will be control. You're right. You're completely right.
A digital euro is your dream. Your big brother wearing Louboutins, a surveillance fetishizing skunk.
Miss Lagarde.
The three words that best describe the EU's economy are as follows, and I quote:
Sink, sank, sunk.
You're a rotter, Miss von der Leyen. You're an enemy of free speech. You slap fines on X while your own scandals stay out of reach, Miss von der Leyen.
The European Commission is an opaque, scandal-ridden trash heap by bureaucrats for bureaucrats. You worship the god of bureaucracy, smothering the people of Europe with your totalitarian fetishes. You regulate instead of innovate, and none of you parasites were elected by citizens. You are anti-freedom and serve only yourselves.
But there's good news. If you watch this far, we can fight their tyranny, using common sense and freedom tools to defend our privacy. And last but not least,
they're about to print so much f***ing money, it's going to break your brain.
and nothing stops this trend.
Central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally that actually increases the money supply.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the annual Sessions Christmas special. Very happy to have you all here again. It's been a hell of a year, and we've got some awesome guests lined up for you this year. We're also doing some giveaways, which I'll quickly touch on before we get started and we bring in our first panel. So first off, I did want to take the opportunity, given the season, one of the best things that you guys could possibly do right now would be to support the Samurai developers that are literally facing prison just days away. So if you want to go and sign the petition, there is a QR code on the screen right now. The website in question is billandkeone.org. That's Bill and KEONNE.org. And you can head there and you can sign the petition, and we'll kind of keep tabs on it over the course of the night and see how many additional signatures we can get. But with that, I want to welcome and get our first panel going. And so I've got gentlemen waiting in the wings to come in. So I'd love to welcome to the stage Mr. Samson Mao, Joe Consorti, and Mark Moss. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Appreciate you coming on for the Christmas show. And how you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Yeah, doing great. What
Awesome.
an awesome trailer that you just played before we came on. That was so good.
I think it ended perfectly that they're going to print so much effing money from Walker. I think that perfectly sums up what's happening right now. So
100%. So shout out to shout out to Carla and her moderately talented husband Walker for being the upside down chin there. If you want to check, of course, the Bitcoin podcast and Crypto Couple on YouTube and give them a follow, that'd be amazing. But gents, let's chat all the interesting stuff that's been going on this year. Maybe subverting expectations in and around what was going to happen to Bitcoin. The institutions are here. People are stockpiling Bitcoin. Saylor is stacking more with his left pinky little fingernail than I could possibly stack in my entire life on an average Tuesday. So, what the hell is going on? People expected Moon 2025 October was Dumptober, and we're sitting at around 86K right now. What have been the major factors affecting Bitcoin adoption, price, all of that for 2025 to start? What has come to fruition so far? So maybe Samson, I'll get your take on it so far.
Well, I think 2025 has been a bear market, and then we came down on October 10th, and then I could see some big players in the space forcing the price under 100K. So there are a lot of factors at play here. I think the traditional markets, they're extracting value from Bitcoin through various financial instruments, and you have also the 4-year cyclers, the people that believe in the 4-year cycle that kind of think, okay, Bitcoin it hit the peak, 126 was it, and 2026 is a bear market. And then you have to factor in the quantum believers too, that think quantum computing is about to destroy Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. And then there was a third one. What was it? It's not coming to me now, but maybe it was the yen carry trade unwinding. But there's this all of these things are sort of a mid-curve, mass market, media amplified and fed sentiment. And the thing about sentiment is that it's really the bulk of the market. It is the middle curve, right? It's not the first principle thinkers that are analyzing and understand Bitcoin, understand the technology, understand the problems endemic within the current financial system. They're just kind of reading the news that looks bad and thinking, okay, well, it's over. So that's kind of the reasoning that I have for the market being in the lull that we're in now. But I see 2026 as being a reversal of that.
Interesting. Okay, well, we're gonna get into our ideas of what we think is coming down the road for 2026 in a little bit, but I maybe want to go to Joe next as well and say, Joe, what do you see as the major factors that have been affecting Bitcoin over 2025 when it comes from a macro stance?
Hey, before Joe goes, sorry, Joe, suck your wind out of you. I hate to tell you this, but I got an emergency that just came up. That's why I've been texting on my phone, and I got to jump off. So I was super looking forward to this. Thanks for inviting me on here. I love hanging out with Joe and Samson. It's an emergency. I got to go though. So sorry about that.
That's okay.
Hope everything is well, Mark. Wishing you all the best, man.
Yeah, we're gonna be okay, but I got to go deal with this. So
we got it. Be well. Be well.
See you guys.
See you, Mark. Cheers, Mark. Have a Merry Christmas. And if there are any other macro affluent friends out there that want to join the panel, shoot me a DM and I'll bring you in here. But Joe, let's go to you. What have you thought about 2025 thus far? What have been the major influences? What's driving everything?
Yeah. So a couple of things. I mean, number one, Bitcoin trades as this high beta risk asset, right? Samson and Ben, both of you guys know that Bitcoin obviously is the apex risk off asset. It's the asset everybody wants to own in good times and bad. Ideally, if markets were trading on perfect information, then Bitcoin would have traded a lot like gold this year. It would have done what gold did, but to a much larger degree than gold did it. But it didn't, unfortunately. And it's traded a lot with tech, and therefore it's traded a lot with the fears surrounding what the Fed is doing and the concentration that we're seeing in the broader equity market. If you remove the major AI hyperscalers and the Mag 7 from the S&P 500, you'd actually note that the S&P 500's performance this year wasn't all that great. And if you line it up with Bitcoin, it kind of looks a lot like what Bitcoin's price has done. And so Bitcoin is kind of telling you what risk sentiment should be doing if it wasn't for all of the AI hyperscalers, all of the CapEx, and things like that. You take a look at the equal weighted S&P 500. It looks a lot more similar to what Bitcoin is doing. The most recent move we're seeing today, I'll talk about that, then I'll zoom out. Bitcoin, obviously, very choppy for this entire month. Today, you're seeing a broad-based move downward in equities and Bitcoin. So it's not entirely related to Bitcoin. But this year at large, I think there are a couple of issues. Number one, I think the bull market that would have otherwise been delegated for this year was pulled forward to November 6th of last year when Trump was elected. Obviously, Trump was touted as the Bitcoin president. And so from a Bitcoin native perspective, you can imagine a lot of money was on the line for the pro-Bitcoin policies that were in the way, on the way, if Trump was elected president. That happened. We saw Bitcoin surge from $64,000 all the way up to $100,000 before year end. Chances are that may have been reserved for this year. It also has to do with Bitcoin and the way that it trades now and the types of flows that are coming into the market. So rather than these boom and bust cycles of past, which we're not experiencing anymore, and this is why I believe the 4-year cycle is dead, these Bitcoin native factors don't play as much into it, is because of the types of buyers that are in the market now. ETFs, namely, right? People who are bidding systematically every 2 weeks, without fail, right? With their paychecks that are coming in, and also these pensions, these endowments. You see Harvard buying. They're much more structural buyers. They're much more measured. It's not as much. It's not as driven by derivatives and things like that anymore. So you have a much less volatile market. And the other major reason I believe Bitcoin underperformed this year is the expectation of the 4-year cycle. Samson, this is the point that you were getting at. Even if the Bitcoin halving doesn't have as much to do with Bitcoin's price as it did in cycles prior, I believe that it's kind of null and void at this point. 95% of the supply has been issued, doesn't necessarily have an impact on price like it used to. People still believed that it would happen. And so you had a lot of limit orders that were placed in anticipation of the 4-year cycle happening and next year being a down year. And so they decided to sell. And that's what I believe has correlated to, has caused rather the Bitcoin underperformance this year compared to equities. It's just a game of expectations, right? And when everybody believes 2025 is going to be a banner year for Bitcoin, we had all of these narratives, October, Moonvember, I don't even know what the one was for December. Chances are Bitcoin has a tendency to do the exact opposite. So I digress there. That's why I think Bitcoin has underperformed this year, but it's looking great in 2025 or 2026 rather.
Amazing. I've got a question in regards to some speculation that has been made in and around. And also I want to say a welcome to my co-host with the most, Mr. Nathan Fitzsimmons. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, team. I'm doing well. I hope Mark is okay. I hope everything's going well. Hope he gets it settled and all straightened out.
Yeah. Hopefully that was an annoying thing to deal with and not a super serious thing to deal with. So wish Mark the best. Okay.
Yeah, you had to go buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a good opportunity. 86K. I got to run. Yes, 100%. Now, there's been some speculation as well in and around, it's OGs dumping Bitcoin. And I want to get the thoughts of Samson and Joe here. So Samson, I'll go to you first. Is it just the OGs are outpacing the institutions? What is going on?
Yeah, so that was probably the other one I was going to mention earlier. Like that was another big narrative from probably a month ago. OGs are selling. But the thing is, you can't really tell that OGs are selling, right? Like I think Glassnode put out something today like OGs are accumulating. So, you can't just look at on-chain behavior and say this is a certain thing. You can't look at flows to exchanges and say, okay, well, the exchanges got more coins. OGs are selling. I think there are maybe a few individual cases where you can identify like an address that has been tagged, like Owen Gundon, and you see, okay, Owen Gundon moved to Kraken, right? And that might be a sale, but also it could have been hedged or it could be something else entirely, right? Like there are many things that you can do on exchanges. You can use margin to buy, you can borrow, you can do a number of things, right? So I think the whole narrative around OG selling is just part of some coordinated campaign to suppress the price. Like it's just not knowable in any way, like with all on-chain analytics. It could be people redoing multisig, just moving to what they believe to be quantum safe addresses. Like there's so many things, just redoing your security, right? Any on-chain movement could be any number of things. And you can't say with any clarity that OGs are selling. But of course, the mainstream media loves to grab the simplest narrative and run with it, and people buy it. The mid curve buys it.
Joe, do you have anything to add there?
What I'll add there is that even if OGs have been selling and they've been dumping a lot of Bitcoin, they've seen 100 or 120K as a big psychological level. I think it's a huge testament to Bitcoin's resilience that it's managed to hold up as well as it has, right? You think about Bitcoin's prior drawdowns when we've entered into proverbial, quote unquote, bear markets in Bitcoin's institutional era, which is the era we're in now. Who's to say what classifies a bear market and what doesn't? But Bitcoin's only down peak to trough. It's actually a little bit up now, 35% from its all-time high, right? Historically, when we talk about bear markets, you're talking about a 75% drawdown or more, right? In the depths of 2022, we were down 75%. We're only down 35% now. And so even if there has been this massive, very coordinated, very distributed and systematic selling, Bitcoin has held up extremely well. The only thing that, and you're exactly right, Samson, you can't tell based on on-chain behavior. You can look at long-term holder cohorts, and it is true that over the past week, James Van Straten just tweeted this out and it came to mind. Long-term holders sold over 137,000 Bitcoin, but that could mean any number of things. When on-chain behavior kicks in, they could just move it to a different wallet, right? Any movement of a coin on-chain turns them from long-term holders, someone who's held for 155 days or more, to short-term holders. We actually don't know who's selling. The only case I can think of that comes to mind of an actual Bitcoin whale that we know of being sold is when Galaxy facilitated the sale in July of a Bitcoin whale who was selling 80,000 Bitcoin. So I don't necessarily ascribe to the idea of OG whales selling, but just to not look at the data and take a step back here, I do think that $100,000 was a key psychological level that did create a lot of selling pressure. If you think about it this way, when China banned mining back in 2021, when FTX and Celsius and BlockFi and all of these other players blew up in 2022, $100,000 Bitcoin was a pipe dream. It was something that nobody ever anticipated. And for folks who mined on their laptops in 2011 and 2012, and some of the people who've been buying Bitcoin as early as that as well, they never thought through all of that they'd reach $100,000. It stands to reason that once that happened, that proved to be a key psychological selling point. And so that's why we've channeled around there this entire year. That's entirely speculation. That's not data dependent at all, but it stands to reason that that's the case. And now that we've spent an entire year here, it's hard to argue that anybody who hasn't sold yet is still planning on selling. I think we've seen all of the sell pressure, all of the major sell pressure that we would have seen at this year, at this level throughout the year, and which sets a great stage for 2026 moving forward.
I'm going to correct one thing you said. $100,000 was a pipe dream that nobody believed would happen except for Samson Mao.
That's right. Exactly.
I still think Femi is right. We're going to 10 million.
Right.
But anecdotally, just from the OGs that I know, no one has really been selling. Like, if you go back a few years, all the OGs I know are already pretty well established. They have everything they need. There is no catalyst at 80K, 90K, 100K that they need to sell everything and sell it en masse. Like, everyone is established. I think a lot of Bitcoin holders have some natural diffusion selling Bitcoin for expenses, but there's nothing in the circle that I know where anyone is particularly selling. I think another contributing factor of those long-term holder days destroyed, Joe, is probably rotation into treasury companies too, like just swapping Bitcoin for equity and a different vehicle for various reasons. And you might have opinions on treasury companies, but that is probably one of the factors where you see movements of old coins as well. And I think it's just all amplified and misunderstood because people don't understand all this nuance. They just see the headline and that is it.
Exactly. There's not a lot of noise, and a lot of OGs decided to participate in these pipe deals. So not selling their Bitcoin, but getting exit liquidity, or at least liquidity without having to sell their BTC. So there's just way too much noise with on-chain data to determine whether or not these OG whale balances are actually selling, or they're just moving to new wallets to participate in these pipe deals.
Does this have to do with the in-kind redemption that was allowed? So like people that have physical Bitcoin can move into ETFs or something like that without having to sell and then buy the ETF. Is that true?
I mean, potentially, right? It's a more efficient vehicle from a tax perspective. If you're talking about in your 401k or your IRA, for a lot of people, the ability to hold Bitcoin in their IRA or their 401k is much more beneficial from a tax perspective. Whether or not, I'm a big self-custody proponent. We're obviously building Horizon now. We built Theia. It's still going on, this multi-sig self-custody company. I'm a huge believer in it, but I would be in denial if I said that I think the majority of people who hold Bitcoin will do it in self-custodial fashion. It's a future I want to realize, but the reality is right now, most people are comfortable holding Bitcoin via an ETF at their brokerage. And so it stands to reason that a lot of folks who were holding Bitcoin in spot fashion, maybe in cold storage or on an exchange, are shifting it into their IRA, their 401k, or other related retirement account for tax purposes. That totally makes sense to me. I haven't done a lot of research on it or the flows surrounding it, but again, anecdotally, that certainly stands to reason that could be happening.
If this is you in the chat, let us know. Otherwise, let us know if you're a hardcore self-custody maximalist. I think I know what the majority of answers will be, but do let us know. Nathan, I wanted to toss it to you. I don't know if you came in and had any burning questions for Samson or Joe, but feel free to let loose if you do.
Yeah, guys, I want to get your sense of something, because there's been something I'm trying to get my head around, maybe the implications of it as well, too. And this idea, like, to me, it seems like largely markets aren't really driven by any sort of fundamental basis. It's not like really investors are looking at the company going, oh, I think they have a great management team, and, you know, productivity seems to be kicking up, so I'm going to invest in that. It seems very much kind of momentum and just passive allocation going into like the top 7. And so the reason I want to kind of bring that up is I'm wondering if we almost have to have this kind of like, and I hate to use such a kind of harsh term, but like we almost have to like kick out the tourists a little bit, almost like to wash out the leverage. And by destroying the 4-year cycle, that was one of the most important things that probably needed to happen for us to have that next leg up. So I was just pulling up the chart, and I was looking at, we got silver's hitting 66. We've got gold is at like 4,300 or something at the moment now as well too. Both kind of showing you signs at the same time as I saw oil was at 55 US per barrel, which for me would show kind of declining economic activity. All right, we're seeing a little bit of this flight to safety. Why isn't it happening to Bitcoin? And I almost feel like, and Joe Santos, I want to get your take on this. The most bullish thing that could happen to Bitcoin is that it closes the year under the start, which I believe was like 94K, just so that that narrative is done. And anyone who didn't understand why they held it, they never listened to Samson, they never listened to Sessions or Joe and understood the importance of Bitcoin. They kind of leave. Maybe they stop playing leverage gains, and then we're kind of off to the races. Any thoughts on like almost needing to bottom out in sentiment before we can have the next leg up?
Well, I think that's right. I mean, what's the saying? Bitcoin looks dumpiest right before it's the pumpiest, right? So you do need to flush it out. And another data point I have is that like this past year, it wasn't necessarily OG selling, maybe some, but it was a lot of more recent buyers, the ones that bought at maybe 70, 80K, taking like a 10K profit off of what they have. And for them, that was good enough. So it is kind of what you're saying, Nathan, like flushing out of the tourist. Yeah. So that compiled with the sentiment, it paves the way for a very bullish 2026, because any movement up, even if we don't get an all-time high, it breaks that whole narrative of the 4-year cycle, which never really existed, right? It's each cycle is basically a coin toss. You don't say, okay, I tossed the coin 4 times and it went heads, tails, and it's going to do that forever. That's just not the case, and people don't really understand that either, right? So it just goes to show like how difficult Bitcoin is to understand, that there is no cycle, and even all the models, they don't really work. I mean, Bitcoin could suddenly shoot up like 100K, 200K in a very short time, and that would destroy every single model out there. But that is exactly what we will likely see, because Bitcoin is not a tech stock. It is the replacement of the legacy financial system with a new asset. And you can't chart that. You can't do TA on that. When it happens, and you just have to be ready and be prepared.
I completely agree, Joe. I want to get your thoughts too, but I just wanted to add to that, like, to think that Bitcoin can't still do Bitcoin things. Like, we just saw gold go on one hell of a run here. And how many trillions did we pile into the gold market cap? Oh, you could easily sneak another couple trillion into Bitcoin in a very short period of time. But Joe, your thoughts? Let me just prime you with that, though.
Absolutely. So speaking of gold, gold is now $30.4 trillion, I think. It reached an all-time high near $4,500. Look, it's insane the amount of flows that have gone into gold. And so to think that this last month, gold is up 7%, the amount of money required to move Bitcoin by that percentage would be much smaller, right? So you take literally 10% of the flows that went into gold and put them into Bitcoin. And instead of seeing a 7% gain over the last month, you see a 70% gain over the last month. And so it's really a question of rotation from risk on to risk off, right? I think to your earlier point, I think that the 4-year cycle, it dying is one of the most beneficial things that can happen for Bitcoin. A lot of traders' mental models, whether we're talking retail or the people who actually move the price, these major hedge funds and financial institutions, hedging activity, everybody is betting that the 4-year cycle will be in place. And so ending the year of 2025 down is perhaps the most bullish thing that can happen, because, there have been all of these different narratives about what Bitcoin can and can't do. I was talking to Sam Callahan the other day, who's now at Orange Bitcoin. And we were talking about, okay, all of these different things that we say about Bitcoin, these cycles and these models, none of them actually hold any weight. If you'll remember back in 2021, the narrative was, oh, Bitcoin can't fall below a prior cycle high. And then it did, right? Bitcoin fell from $69,000 all the way to $16,000, the bottom of the bear market. And so this would be another helpful narrative to break, to further cement that Bitcoin isn't an asset that you can necessarily track, that you can apply this kind of cycle theory to. The one model that I do ascribe to, and this plays into what you were talking about earlier, Ben, or Nathan, and this is also something that you and I had discussed when I was on the bullish bit, I think last week or the week before, is that Bitcoin is much more tightly correlated to the business cycle than previously. And so if you look at things like the ISM PMI, either for services or manufacturing, which is sentiment in the US economy, if it's expanding, Bitcoin's roaring. If it's contracting, Bitcoin's falling. Over the last 2.5 to almost 3 years now, sentiment in the US economy has kind of just been flatlined to dead. If you look at the manufacturing and the services sector, yet Bitcoin has managed to rip from $16,000 all the way up to $126,000. So I think moving into next year, not to get ahead of myself here, when we talk about 2026, moving into next year, now that we have outright monetary easing, we have the Fed cutting, and they've also embarked on a $40 billion a month asset purchase program, which they gave a new acronym to. They're not calling it QE. The runway is clear for Bitcoin to take off here heading into 2026. Gold kind of sniffed it out first, and now silver's making its move. Silver's up 33%. I'm looking at my monitor, 33%. Gold had its move over the last couple of months. It handed the baton off to silver. Sooner or later, as risk moves further along the risk curve, as people go from their known things into the unknown things and the more risky things, Bitcoin will have the baton handed to it soon enough. And when it does, I don't want to take words out of Samson's mouth, but Omega candles may be loaded.
Samson, did you see the image for the show, the little poster, because you're sitting atop the Omega candle. So
thank you for that, Ben. That's great.
no problem. Also, your quote here, "There is no cycle." I think that's an excellent. Meme that we should all partake in from now on. There is no cycle.
There is no cycle.
Yeah, I'm wondering then, looking forward to 2026. Like for me, even for Bitcoin to be up moderately in 2026, or to even very moderately hit a new all-time high, even for a period of time, would again that would be the next thing on the list to break the previous assumption of 4-year cycles. Again, like going below the previous all-time high in the last bear market, hitting a new all-time high before the halving, all of these different things happening, that would be the perfect complement to this past 4 years. Would be everybody thinking 26 is going to be an absolute horrible bear market, and we see some new highs. Do you think that's reasonable in the cards, Samson? Like what are you sussing out for 2026?
Well, I've been bullish for a very long time, thinking that we're going to hit 1 million after the ETFs launched, because the biggest barrier that removed was the onboarding process, right? You're basically like ETFs are like a layer 2 for boomers, right? It aggregates all the demand, and there's no need to onboard with an exchange and get your account set up. You just go with what you've got already, your Schwab account or your whatever account, Fidelity, and you just get Bitcoin. So there is no more barrier to entry to Bitcoin. So when it runs, there is no dampener on that. And I think what Joe was talking about, like gold, everyone thought gold will never have a big move, but gold had a massive move. And Bitcoin can have a even greater impact because the gold market is not that accessible. And you have to also factor in with the gold market, that big move is not $15 trillion coming in the spot market. These market caps move at a multiple. I don't know exactly what the multiple is, but it's a multiple of the cash flow in. It's not a one-to-one relationship. So you discount that with counterfeit gold estimated somewhere like 3.8 billion, then you know that these big asset classes can move. Even Nvidia can move, right? And we've seen that happen. So Bitcoin, when it has its move, I think it will outperform gold in an, I don't know, maybe like a 5-6x multiple, because it is global and it is so accessible to the world. But sorry,
go ahead, Samson.
No, but like I think 2026 is going to surprise people, because if you, I did a calculation before. If you look at Bitcoin at even 110K, that's just marginally beating inflation, right? Like 126K is, you know, we're outperforming inflation a little bit, but that's assuming inflation is something like 10 to 11%. So now we're even trading at a discount to basic inflation hedging. So I think we've already bottomed. We're kind of like trolling around the bottom of the seabed, and people think it's going to go lower. And you have all these calls saying, we're going to 50, we're going to 10, right? Why not 0, right? If you're going to pick a random number of down, pick 0, right? Or negative. Like who's that guy?
Peter Zayed.
Yeah, whoever it was. Now, Doomberg said 5K. Zahan said negative 5K or something like that. Yeah, just go negative, right? Just go all in. But given if we are right and we are trawling the bottom of the sea floor and it's a beach ball under there, it's going to come up very rapidly. And I think you're going to see exactly the same kind of repeat move that gold had, but it's only going to be amplified now because the news headlines, which drive sentiment, will be like, you know, strategy has overtaken Nvidia. Michael Saylor is now the richest man on the planet. And that's going to even amplify it even more once people get the FOMO.
Yeah. I just want to ask quickly, Samson, completely unrelated to global accessibility of Bitcoin. Do you have any travel plans for 2026? Any countries that you and Prince Philip might be visiting that you could let me know about?
We have a couple. But we can't disclose it yet. But, you know,
it's a family vacation. You can give family vacation plans. No big deal.
All I can say is gradually and then suddenly.
I love it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I wanted to chat a little bit about one of the things we mentioned earlier as one of the kind of doomer things that people are pointing to as to a reason why Bitcoin is going down. Actually, there's two, and I want to address them. One of them was the whole quantum thing, and people, it's the narrative is like Bitcoin is big trouble. The price is dropping because of quantum, which I think you're right. It's mainstream media doing mainstream media things, just like picking random bullshit and then saying this is the story here. But I was wondering if anybody on the panel wanted to quickly address what is the actual threat when it comes to quantum. Like what should people actually be thinking about, and what should people not be worried about?
See, this is like aliens, you know, when the government starts talking about aliens, you know, they're trying to cover something else up. But quantum is basically aliens. Like, it's not a sexy news story to say the US is $38 trillion in debt and they have to roll over however many billions in the next few months, right? People can't understand that. But you say quantum and they're like, oh, that's scary. Yeah. But, you know, the reality is quantum computers can't factor the number 21, not 21 million, 21. Without heavy customization to the algorithm to the point where you kind of directed the quantum computer to look at the answer, right? So a general purpose quantum computer can't do that. So why are you worrying about that attacking Bitcoin and crippling Bitcoin when we have multiple upgrade paths to quantum resistance? Mm. And even then, I posted yesterday, like you're worried about Bitcoin dying, so you're selling Bitcoin for dollars to put in your bank account, which is like a 7-digit number protected by a 4-digit PIN. You know, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Like, if quantum computers existed, all of the legacy financial system will be blown up. I think the reality is this is what will play out, how it will play out. Quantum computers exist one day, 5 to 10 years, maybe 20. Then they go after credit cards, banking, stock markets, everything else. And that just cannot be rebooted. Hackers penetrate systems, just delete data. It's all gone. So not only do you not have access, you just don't have the data anymore. And there was a Netflix show that like showed something like that. Oh, 0 Day. You guys should watch that. It was funny. But you know, the banking system is just gone, and they shut it down, and they had to restore data and then turn it back on. Like, just imagine that scenario. That would likely drive everyone to transact in Bitcoin. And because that Bitcoin would be the only decentralized network that is functioning and has upgraded in a secure way to resist that. So, you know, you can counter that and say, okay, well, gold is better. Gold is quantum resistance, right? So then you have to ask the question, like, how are you going to buy the gold? Like, what are you using to buy gold?
Yeah.
You probably will use Bitcoin to buy gold. And at that point, why buy the gold?
96 or 7% of all money on Earth now is just like digital ledger entries, right? Like, it's no physical cash is like in a single percentile of all dollars. So yeah, there's you'll be, if you want to buy Bitcoin, or if you want to buy gold with anything other than Bitcoin, it's going to end up being with the little bit of cash that there is, or you'll be trading seeds and bullets.
But I have a circle of friends, like they're not really Bitcoiners. They know about Bitcoin, obviously, but they always ping me with questions, and they're always the mass market questions. Like the last one I got was, what about the yen carry trade? And anytime they ask me these questions, I know that that is like the prevailing narrative in normie land, and they don't get it. Like, that's not what you should worry about. You should not be worrying about quantum. Worry about the debt. Worry about inflation. But Bitcoin doesn't need your worry. Bitcoin is the danger.
Nice. I love that. Okay, so I did want to touch on outside of like directionally price-wise for Bitcoin, in 2026, what do you think are going to be the major kind of macroeconomic factors that most affect it? Whether it be institutions, governments, regulatory worries, or favorable regulations, adoption on the nation state part. You know, what do you think is going to be most prevalent in the next year? And maybe I'll go to Joe first, then we'll jump back to Samson.
Yeah, the thing I keep coming back to is a bottoming out and then a re-expansion in the credit cycle. I mean, look, like I mentioned at the top of the show, you know, the Fed has moved into outright easing, not just outright easing, but asset purchase programs. And if we've seen time and again, there is a bit of a sell-off when the Fed does move into easing. The reason being they begin easing way too late. So Bitcoin smells it out and it realizes that they have to do more of it. But the reality is that with the Fed doing these large-scale asset purchases, they generally don't go from doing a couple of asset purchases. The program right now is $40 billion a month until April, and then $20 billion a month after. They're buying bills and notes out to 3 years from banks in order to give them reserves. Historically, that's great for risk assets. It's great for risk-taking behavior. But if there's one thing we've seen historically is that they don't move from doing a small program into shrinking it, right? They tend to expand these programs, make them more widely accessible. We saw it with the Bank Term Funding Program in 2023. I'd wager we're going to see the exact same thing now. We're in this situation, and Samson mentioned the debt, where the only way to keep the United States solvent and to make sure that we can meet our obligations is to issue more debt and have the central bank purchase more of it. It's an Ouroboros. It's a snake eating its own tail. And so I think now with the Fed launching its latest asset purchase program, that's going to be the primary driver for Bitcoin and other risk assets more broadly, but largely Bitcoin because of how sensitive it is in the next year. The other thing that I'm keeping my eye on is the integration of Bitcoin with traditional banking. We've seen so many developments, and we haven't talked about it yet on the show, but JP Morgan now accepting Bitcoin as collateral, or at least exploring it. I've talked about this with you a couple of times, Nathan. Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan issuing a structured note against IBIT, so obviously not directly Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is becoming very closely intertwined with not just banking, but the fixed income market globally, which is a market that's hundreds of trillions of dollars in size, much larger than Bitcoin is today. Obviously, Michael Saylor is playing his part in creating these instruments, but he's now meeting with other banks. He went to JP Morgan, I think, last week. He went to Morgan Stanley today. He posted a picture of himself underneath the Morgan Stanley sign. And so now that these financial institutions are meeting with Michael Saylor, chances are they're doing one of two things, right? Or both of these things. Number one, they're exploring structured Bitcoin products using Strategy's balance sheet or using Bitcoin that they buy in the open market and bringing Bitcoin to a much wider audience. That's number one. Number two, which I think is even more likely, and I think we're going to start seeing it in 2026, is US banks actually offering Bitcoin to their clients, right? Being able to walk up to an ATM, purchase Bitcoin I believe that's going to be a major bullish catalyst that not a lot of people are thinking about moving into 2026. But the overarching theme and narrative is that the Fed is once again re-expanding its balance sheet. Whatever they call it, that's money printing. The net effect of that over any number of months, typically the lag time is about 2 to 3 months, you see that show up in risk assets. And so it's what we saw gold do. It sniffs it out first because it's the largest and most widely distributed. Silver moved second, right? It's slightly smaller. And then you have Bitcoin coming up in third, right? It's something that the monetary metals guys don't believe in. They don't think it's correlated whatsoever. But if we've seen one thing historically, it's that when the Fed expands its balance sheet, you see metals move first, you see Bitcoin move afterward. And so heading into 2026, Q1 into Q2, I tend to think we're going to see new all-time highs. This is a pretty great price action. And then underneath it all, apart from the price stuff, because you mentioned we're not talking about price, it would be the direct integration of Bitcoin at major U.S. financial institutions.
Damn. All right. Samson, I'm tossing the same question to you. What do you think are going to be the most major factors 2026? What's going to be on the top of it? What's going to be the normie thing that you hear coming in through your text messages?
Well, first, there's a third thing, Joe, that Michael Saylor could have done. He just went to Morgan Stanley to take a loan to buy Bitcoin.
He could have. It's true.
Just the basics. But I think the biggest thing is probably monetary expansion, M2, and liquidity. And in terms of other things, I don't feel like they have that much of an impact. It's just monetary expansion and dwindling supply of Bitcoin. And while it feels right now we have infinite Bitcoin, and Saylor can buy billions and billions, and Metaplanet can buy billions, and everyone's buying, and all these treasury companies are buying, that price doesn't move or goes down. I think it is an engineered representation of Bitcoin that can't hold up, because eventually there has to be final settlement, and eventually the price will move, and everyone that is short or has sold covered calls is going to be called, and then we'll see the price going up. So it's really just the Omega candle thesis. Like suddenly one day, for absolutely no reason, you're going to wake up, open your phone, and see Bitcoin going up with a big green candle, and it's just going to keep going. And then the news is going to report on that, and then it's going to keep going up the next day, and so on. It'll just happen magically, and you won't have any particular reason, no catalyst. Mainstream media will be scrambling to find a specific reason, but there is no specific reason. It's just Bitcoin is scarce, and you can take delivery and have final settlement, unlike the metals. And paper Bitcoin has to eventually be reconciled with real Bitcoin, and that's it.
So is there going to be paper Bitcoin summer 2.0, or is that are we going to cancel that season?
Well, Bitcoin 2 summer was like treasury companies ripping, right?
Yeah.
I think the rising tide of Bitcoin spot will lift the treasury companies too. You're going to see them trade again at higher MNAVs. And I think that's going to have this self-reinforcing cycle, because we have these preferreds now, which they can monetize, and that'll just feed back in. So right now, you're not seeing that feedback loop, but all of the pieces, all of the machinery, the mechanisms for that feedback loop are in place. And then you just drop an atom bomb on top of that, like the US buying Bitcoin for the Bitcoin Act from Cynthia Lummis, or another country buying, or another country issuing strategy-like debt via Bitcoin bonds, which we are working on at Jan 3. And that is when you get to Hal Finney's 10 million a coin.
All right. Well, it could be a very interesting next 12 months. And I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm excited to see the tourists flushed out every time that I see Bitcoin do a sudden spike and then BART to the side and then spike back down. I kind of, it doesn't bother me in terms of Bitcoin that I hold. It makes me shake my head and just think of the fiat games that people are playing to see those types of movements, like years from now. Grandpa, what were you doing when Bitcoin was still actually being mined? When it was sub $100,000, what were you doing? Well, I was making leverage bets on the direction of the price. Come on.
Terrible time to do it too. Low volume heading into the end of the year. Everything is selling off. People are going home for Christmas. Why on earth are people playing with leverage? Bitcoin shot up from 84K to 90K. 30 minutes later, someone sold. A lot of short selling pressure got hit. We had a liquidation in the other direction. It's a story we see all too often, and it's just hilarious. But here's hoping for the inverse of October 10th at some point.
Wait,
the Omega
December 26th.
What's the story with that date? What is the deal there?
Options expiry.
Oh, okay. Right. Options expiry. Options for the people unfamiliar. Options expiry. Just quick little description.
So people are selling calls and puts, and there's like a lot of notional there. What was it again, Joe? Like 30 billion or 50?
Yeah,
something like that. It's a massive amount of options expiring, and the best case scenario is that Bitcoin is low before the expiry, but after that, basically the gravity holding Bitcoin down is gone because everyone has to reset and rebuild positions. And it's likely that if we do move up, we'll have a big move up.
All right. Well, Boxing Day, if everybody, if your purchasing power of your Bitcoin goes up, maybe refrain from the fiat shopping and just save it. Although I am a big proponent of Bitcoin circular economies, but they just mark up the price. They just pretend that it's on sale. Like they'll just pretend it used to be more expensive, or just put a sale sign on the same old price. So forego some of that BS consumerism for the day if Bitcoin is green. With that, gentlemen, it is time to do a rotation. Samson, Joe, I want to say a huge thank you for swinging by and being part of the annual Christmas special. Make sure that you guys give Samson and Joe a follow. Joe, of course, with Horizon, and Samson with Jan 3, and my favorite Bitcoin wallet, AQUA. So check them out as well. It takes the pain out of using Lightning. Don't have to deal with any channels or anything like that. And it's super easy. So, gentlemen, any final messages that you have?
Plan accordingly.
Ooh. Joe?
I will say enjoy the next week, 2 weeks with your family. Get really fat, but not too fat on the Christmas food. Watch some good movies and relax. Chances are we're not going to see a lot of action in Bitcoin until December 26th. And then things should get a little bit interesting. And that coincides with the Santa rally in equities, which typically happens in the week after Christmas and heading into the new year. So things should get exciting. But for the time being, prepare for more chop, turn off your screen, enjoy time with family.
Amazing. Samson, Joe, always a pleasure. Have a very Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Ben. Nathan, Merry Christmas.
Cheers.
Merry Christmas, gents.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. So, Nathan, how did you enjoy the first little chat here for the Christmas special?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's nice when there's people that are smarter than me that are also bullish, because I could just be a bulltard this whole time, but as long as they're still on my side, it's like, no, I know, I'm good. I'm totally fine. I'm that left curve gets it right, just buy and hold Bitcoin.
Amazing. I've got some great guests coming up, but we've got a couple things to chat about and get to before we do that. So we're going to be talking some human rights. I just got back from Africa. Did some stuff for the Human Rights Foundation there, went to the African Bitcoin Conference. So we've got a few people coming in to chat about that. Our good friend Alex Gladstein will be popping by to say hello, as well as some other people from HRF. So we'll chat with them momentarily. But I suppose kind of on that same front, Nathan, we recently had Keone from Samurai Wallet on, and we had a good chat with him. I did want to, as we're chatting about this, I'll bring up the QR code down at the bottom so people can go ahead and sign the petition to try and get a pardon for these guys. Keone, I believe, is slated to check into federal prison
Friday the 19th. Yeah, dude. By the way, we're currently at 7,766 verified signatures. After the next panel, I want to check back and see that there's more. So if you haven't yet, I don't know what you're waiting on. Scan the QR code, go sign the petition.
Yeah. The website, billandkeone.org. Maybe I'll make a little scrolling marquee for that so that people can see it when I bring it up. But just awful situation for these gentlemen. Nobody wants to see open source developers being tossed in prison for writing freedom tools, for writing privacy tools, which are so necessary in and around Bitcoin, especially as it pertains to the next panel that I'm going to be chatting with in and around human rights and freedom. People need Bitcoin privacy. It's super important. Samurai, the one thing that I'll say about Samurai Wallet, and we talked about this on the show with Keone, was that despite the fact that they went after him and Bill and shut down their servers, the project was open source. And so his software, what he built, is living on beyond him. And it has been forked. And Ashigaru Wallet, and using the Dojo node, you can now use that. And Whirlpool now exists again in the wild by as I believe he said, a very competent and skilled team that have spun it up yet again, this time in anonymous fashion, because the messaging we're getting is that if you want to build privacy tools for Bitcoiners, you're going to have to be in the shadows, unfortunately.
No, I completely agree. It's unfortunate. Well, it was always probably going to come to this, and I think it is really important too that at this point in time, like the guys that have now spun this up, that are continuing the project, that are continuing to push these kind of tools forward, right? They're taking a risk. That's why they have to hide in the shadows. They're well aware that they could or will be targeted at some point in time, and that's especially why, with everything that's going on with Bill and Keone, that we have to do everything we can to support them. Because I can't write this, right? I can't code. I can't make these wallets. I can't build these products. So we got to make sure that the people that do it, that make sure to build the things that help us protect our privacy, which is a right? You should be able to disclose what you do and do not want. There's the for anyone that hasn't read it, look up the Cypherpunk Manifesto. I think it's really important at this point in time to go through that, to read that, from 1996 or 93, if I'm not mistaken. But for everything that they do for us, the only thing we have to do is be loud and oppose this, sign the petition, make noise, make songs, make memes, get active, do something, so that the next time, because the chilling effect it's not just those that use the tools. Somebody might have a great idea for even an improvement, a new software that's even better, right? They might not build it if they don't feel that the community is there to protect them.
Yeah, exactly. So Nathan, I'm going to bring in our next panel here. What I'm going to do is I'll maybe stick around for a moment, because we do have 3 guests. I don't see the 3rd guest here yet, but if he arrives, then you can hop down and man it from the background, and then pop back in at the next break with me. But for now, let me just kill the graphics on the screen here so we don't have a scrolling marquee for us. But I want to welcome to the stage 2 people that I've had the absolute pleasure of working alongside and doing some amazing things with for a number of years now. So I want to welcome to the stage Mr. Alex Gladstein and Anna Chekovich. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
good to see you. Merry Christmas. Anna, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Awesome. So anybody unfamiliar, both Alex and Anna are with, well, actually Alex is heading up at the Human Rights Foundation. What would your title be, Alex?
Chief Strategy Officer over there.
Chief Strategy Officer. And Anna and myself have been heading up webinars teaching human rights defenders how to utilize Bitcoin. And we've been doing this quarterly for some time now. So I'm very excited to have you both on. And if I'm not mistaken, hopefully at some point, Femi will be joining as well. And I'll let him introduce himself when he gets here. But Alex, Anna, it's been a big year at the HRF. It's been a big year using Bitcoin as a tool for human rights and freedom. So maybe, Alex, I'll toss it to you first. In your work so far this year, what have you seen in terms of actual examples of people utilizing Bitcoin in their efforts that has been particularly striking to you? What kind of case studies have you seen?
Well, one thing that's interesting, of course, is AI.
Oh, I think your audio cut out a little bit there. It sounded echoey. That's okay. That's okay. I'll let you know when it pops back in. That's okay. You might need to come back in a sec. That's okay. But I'll ask Anna something, and then I'll pop back to you. Anna, I'm gonna change gears a little bit. This morning we just had our final webinar of the year, and we've been doing these kind of over the course of the year. I want to give you a moment to kind of outline what we've been doing, and I'll also talk about how this last webinar of the year went, in your opinion.
Yeah, actually, I think it was a blast this time. It was, in my opinion, one of the best webinars that we've done so far. We've had 140 students join us this time, and I think, Alex, we have you back. We have your sound back. But let's first talk about the webinar. We had 140 students this time, and it was amazing. And the majority stayed till the very end, and we received lots of amazing feedback. And more and more people realize the power of Bitcoin. More and more activists, freedom fighters join us, and we are very excited for 2026. I hope that we're going to have even more students next year. But yeah, and we managed to cover so many topics in just 3 days. I think it was the best webinar. We didn't only talk about Bitcoin this time. We talked about Nostr, about crowdfunding opportunities. So yeah, I think this one was definitely the biggest one and the most successful.
Yeah, it was really cool to see at times 130, I think, as high as that, activists in the room learning about Bitcoin. It was pretty wild, and we took 3 days. We had many people set up their first ever Bitcoin wallet and receive their first transaction. We taught people also about peer-to-peer online exchanges, so privacy preserving things like HODLHODL. We did a live demo and showed people how to use that. And then we also showed people how to set up their first crowdfunding page using BTC Pay Server, which was amazing. And then we had some extra time today, so we taught people about Nostr and showed them kind of the benefits of its censorship resistance, but also as a crowdfunding technique, just being able to receive zaps and tiny lightning donations on their posts, which was amazing. And we'll get more into kind of what's being worked on in and around that. But Alex, I believe you're back on the AirPods there or something. So,
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, all good.
Well, just to comment on what you guys are doing, I mean, remember, it's not just like 140 random people. It's in many cases leaders of organizations that reach hundreds or thousands or millions of people. So it's a really effective way to do grassroots education and reach massive numbers of new users. What I was going to say earlier is AI obviously changing the world. We're all using it. Your plumber's using it, your teacher's using it, everybody's using it. But I think what we're interested in is how can it be used as a tool of freedom in line with Bitcoin? And what's really interesting is that Bitcoin helps democratize access to AI, because you have platforms like both products like PaperQ.ai, and then also open source versions of that, right? Like Routester, etc., where people can use all the top models and pay in Bitcoin, and they don't have to dox themselves. So what's been really interesting to me is to see the rise of these ways and methods and tactics to use AI without disclosing all your personal information. And there's also even ways to use AI to purchase tools like Maple, which is kind of like a signal for AI, encrypted access to the top open models, like in your pocket or on your computer. And they have a cool way to do that actually anonymously, where you pay in Bitcoin. So I'm very bullish on Bitcoin playing a key role in helping democratize access to AI tools, helping keep them safe, and helping be the currency of choice for people who want to use them privately.
Yeah, absolutely. Anna, I wanted to because many people watching may be unfamiliar with kind of your background, how you came to not only come across the HRF, but also come across Bitcoin itself too. And so I was wondering if maybe you could give a little crash course in, what is your story, and why are you now involved in Bitcoin and involved in teaching human rights defenders?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm originally from Russia, and I work with Alexei Navalny's Anti-Corruption Foundation. I manage finances of the ACF, and we use Bitcoin starting since 2016. Even when we worked in Russia back then, when we had a huge campaign against the Putin's government, against Putin's regime, we were constantly attacked by the Russian government, and they used the banking system to stop us from doing our work. So basically what they were doing, they were blocking our bank accounts all the time. And we had a huge campaign. We had a crowdfunding campaign. We had millions of followers, and people were donating to us. So the government not only tracked our financial flows, they also punished the donors for supporting us. So Bitcoin was always plan B for us, the tool that we could use when our bank accounts were frozen. And in 2021, we were labeled as an extremist organization. We had to leave the country. Now we live and work in exile. The entire organization is in exile. And we keep doing our work. We keep fighting against Putin's regime. But today, we still use Bitcoin even when living and working in safe environment. And now I would say we rely on Bitcoin even more than we did before, because we still send money to Russia to support political prisoners, their family members, to support activists who keep fighting against the regime. There are still some people who try to do something inside the country, and they need our help, but we are all in exile. And there is no way for us to send money to them through the banking system. First of all, because it's extremely dangerous. We are now labeled also as a terrorist organization, and receiving money from us is very dangerous. So we use Bitcoin to support those people on the ground. And we still are a nonprofit organization. We still rely on donations, and Russian supporters send us Bitcoin donations because if they donate to so-called extremist terrorist organization, if they get caught, they will be imprisoned for that up to 8 years. So we rely on Bitcoin donations right now a lot, and this part of our budget is very, very significant. So we actually invite people, we try to crowdfund mostly in Bitcoin because of how much of Bitcoin we use right now. And I personally use Bitcoin a lot. I almost live on a Bitcoin standard. Even if I'm in exile, I live right now, I'm based in the United States. Here I successfully opened a bank account for myself. And just a couple of days ago, I received a letter from the bank. They informed me that they blocked my bank account. I mean, they didn't explain properly the reason, but it's obvious for us that they did that because I was personally labeled as an extremist, and my organization was branded as a terrorist. So American Bank just decided to debank me for that. And now we plan to start a campaign against that, because if we don't fight back, it will create this terrible precedent, and other activists in exile who live here in the United States, they will face the same situation. So Putin labels the American organization a terrorist organization, and American banks comply with that, and they just block our bank accounts just because Putin said so. It is a terrible situation, and this is something that we have to go through right now. So I have quite a lot of experience personally living on Bitcoin standard and managing Bitcoin operations of a big nonprofit organization.
Can you there's a crazy story that you have about managing the money for the Anti-Corruption Foundation, and one day checking your account balance. Could you, because I feel like Bitcoiners will be very interested in what happened to you there.
Yeah, it's one of the favorite mind-blowing stories. Actually, one of the stories that opened my eyes when we were working inside Russia. And since I'm a financial director of the organization and I was making all the financial transactions manually, I was sending salaries, taxes, I was paying for all kinds of services, rents, all payments were done by me, and I had access to our online bank. We had around 300 employees back then in Russia. We had 40 offices across the country, and it was thousands and thousands of payments every day. And one day I had to pay salaries, so I just casually sit down at my work desk. I opened my laptop, I opened online bank, I wanted to start payments, and what I see there on our bank account, there was a negative balance of the number was so huge. It was like minus 999,999,999. It was minus 1 trillion rubles, which was approximately minus $13 billion, something like that. So it was like, the number, of course, was just surreal, and it was just stupid. I called the bank to clarify the situation, because of course my first thought that we were hacked or someone stole the money from our bank account. It looked terrible, especially when you had all of your savings of your organization in that bank account, and all of a sudden it's just a negative balance. So I called the bank, and they told me that our bank account was simply under arrest. So that's why they just put a negative balance, so we cannot use it. And when I asked them to explain why they arrested our bank account, to provide some documents, because there must be some decision of a court. They cannot just block your bank account just like that. And they refused to provide any documents. They couldn't say anything. They just said, your bank account is under arrest. And only after a couple of days, they gave us some documents. Of course, it was a fabricated criminal case against our organization, and on the basis of that case, they arrested our bank account. But they arrested it before they actually had the papers. So basically, someone called the bank and they forced them to do that to us. It was the first time. First time was shocking, but then it happened to us many times. We were prepared already. We were keeping our money in Bitcoin. We actually, after that, we preferred to immediately convert our fiat donations that we received into Bitcoin, just so we keep it in a safe place. Or when we need to send salaries, we exchange it and we immediately spend it, but we never kept any money in that accounts anymore. And that's how we had to survive. And it was not only against, they didn't only block bank accounts of the organization. After some time, when they realized that we still find solutions, we still open new accounts, or we use Bitcoin, they blocked accounts of our employees, of all of them. And my colleagues, they didn't know how to keep their savings, because you cannot keep it in your bank account. It can be any time frozen by the government. You cannot keep it in cash at home, because we constantly had police raids. And when police comes to your house, they steal all of your money. They take all of your gadgets and cash they find. And some of my colleagues, they literally put cash in a plastic bag, stash a hole in the ground in their backyard, and were keeping their savings there because they didn't know how to use Bitcoin, probably. So it was really difficult to operate like that, especially when you have a big network, many employees, and you have to pay salaries, and people have to feed their children, pay rent. And of course, it's the easiest way to stop the organization from operating, by depriving them of access to money.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you said it here, when freedom and censorship resistance are kind of the key things you're trying to achieve. What was your initial reaction? Was any fiat that we have needs to move to Bitcoin, because that's the tool that's going to get the job done. And even instances of physical cash can be in question. So Nathan, I wanted to I mean, this is your first time meeting Anna. I've known her for some time, but I'm curious if you have any questions, anything that's coming up for you.
Yeah, there's a few things. One kind of top of mind, actually, I just wanted to just mention there as well. For anyone listening, don't think that this is unique to Russia. Let's not forget that in Canada, we had our bank accounts frozen if you didn't like the current COVID regimes. Ben had a little bit of a role to play in that whole saga there as well. But Anna, especially because it's a Christmas special as well, too, I want to ask you, and hopefully there's at least one. Do you have any success stories of people that you've educated with Bitcoin that it's actually helped? Like, are there any wins for you guys that we can chalk up on the board here? A nice story where Bitcoin really has saved somebody, or they start to implement it as a tool and it's really made a difference.
Well, we always encourage our students to send us their feedback, their success stories. I would say majority of them are just shy to text us like, hey, I use Bitcoin now. But yes, of course, since they join our webinar and the next webinar, they invite like 10 of their colleagues or friends or family members. It shows us that it's a success story because they bring more and more people. They recommend the webinar to others, but also we provided webinars specifically for some certain organizations. After our general webinar, after our quarterly webinar, they reach out to us and ask us to provide an education tailored specifically for their organization to find a solution for some certain situations. So we did that too, and yes, we have success stories, but many of them, since they operate in dangerous environments, they live under authoritarian regimes, they don't want to be published, they prefer to keep anonymous. That's why they actually use Bitcoin, because they don't want to publish like, hey, now I received Bitcoin grants, or so they prefer to remain silent and stay out of the vision of oppressive governments. So we don't publish the names or names of the organizations, but yeah, of course, we definitely see the success of this project, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting, the types of people that you meet. There's an event that happens every year where a lot of the human rights defenders and Bitcoin builders get together all in a single location, and often there's 150 people there. And it's at the beginning of each one of these, each person stands up very briefly and says who they are, what they're working on. And if you ever want to experience imposter syndrome, stand up in that room and say what you do day to day, and then listen to at least a handful of other people in the room say that they've toppled dictators, or something to that effect, because this room is just absolutely stacked with some of the most inspiring people that I've definitely ever met.
Sessions, are you telling me you had to stand up after somebody said, I toppled a dictatorship? You need to go, well, I started a YouTube channel in 2016.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Since I'm on the side of freedom fighters, I would say that you shouldn't feel this way, because without you guys, without educators, without developers, we will not be able to survive without technologies. So it's our lifeline, and it's very important, and that you help us, and you shouldn't feel that imposter syndrome, that's for sure. And you should actually, I think that what HRF is doing, building that bridge between tech guys and freedom fighters, is so unique, and it's just an amazing project. It gives us so much power against those bad guys. So you literally fuel us, you empower us with the tools, so we can continue our fight. And without you, we will be much, much weaker. So thank you for your contribution.
Well, it's really cool seeing, that we weren't completely crazy in and around the usefulness of Bitcoin. It's very humbling to kind of see the situations that it can be used in. And I've mentioned this story before, but one of the stories that has had a huge impact on myself, one of the interactions that is most memorable for me, was going to the Oslo Freedom Forum in 2022. and watching a woman speak on stage from Nicaragua. And she was talking about her husband who was, raising a lot of red flags about the current government, saying that it's moving towards totalitarianism and basically running and opposing the government, and to the point where they one day pulled up, threw him in a van, and he disappeared. And he had been put in a Nicaraguan prison. And when she was giving the speech, she hadn't seen him in a couple of years at that point. Her name's Berta, and her husband's name is Felix. And so she gave this speech, and she was, begging people to kind of help and aid her in freeing her husband from a Nicaraguan prison. Later that same event, I actually hosted my first workshop teaching people how to use a Bitcoin wallet in person. And when I watched the talk, she was kind of far away, so I didn't get a good look at what she looked like. But there was a very curious woman in that workshop asking a lot of questions about Bitcoin wallets and coming up afterwards one-on-one. And of course, that was, I later found out that to be Berta. Funny thing, when people are looking for censorship resistance and a way to utilize freedom money, for her, she was focused on the censorship resistance. She was focused on the ability to just move money into the country, because she didn't have an easy way to do that. No access to banking locally, converting, all that kind of stuff. And so she had a lot of questions. And through the course of the questions, I casually mentioned the supply cap, that you can just print a ton of it, as if she already knew. And she was like, "Oh, there's a limited supply? Wow, that's super useful," and an entirely different, again, just kind of to point out the mindset of some of the people coming to Bitcoin. Some of them are focused solely just on censorship resistant properties, as opposed to in the West, where it's looked at as like investment, number go up, all that kind of stuff. But the interesting part about this is she started utilizing Bitcoin, using it as a way to help fund operations and move money and all of that. I attended the Oslo Freedom Forum the following year, and I sat up front in the first row, and the first person to walk on the stage was her husband, who had since been freed. And the first thing they played was a video of him being reunited with his daughter, who's pretty close in age with my own daughter, for the first time in a number of years. And I tear up every time I talk about it, but I was a wreck, as was a bunch of the rest of the room. But he came out, his daughter came out, they shared a hug on stage, all this stuff. And so from that moment, then we saw Berta at the next HRF event stateside, and she was becoming an educator in Bitcoin for her community. And then the subsequent event, I got to meet and chat with her husband and her together, who also was becoming a Bitcoin educator in his community. And so to see that progression over the number of the years was so, I don't know, there was just a way, I think because they have a daughter, and because I kind of saw that progression bit by bit, as Bitcoin wasn't the central theme of it, but it was a tool in the tool belt along the way. And that was very touching for me. So it's just kind of my anchor in a lot of this stuff that is just a reminder of why it's important on a very individual level. So I don't know.
I also want to remind you the last Oslo Freedom Forum we had in June this year. And I want to remind you about our workshop and how it looked like. Our room was packed. it was completely full. People didn't have space to stand there, and they spent like several hours there standing, not leaving the room. And comparing it to the first Oslo Freedom Forum where that I visited in 2022, it was also my first time, and I think it was the first time that this Bitcoin community was brought to the Oslo Freedom Forum and this financial freedom topic. And in 2022, not many people could understand there what was going on, why Bitcoin was discussed there, and those Bitcoiners couldn't understand why they were brought there, why they are useful for this community. And just a couple of years later, now it's clear for everyone, and Bitcoin is one of the main themes, the main topics of the event, and our Bitcoin workshop was just a blast. And we had so many people, so many activists, and it's obvious to me, it's obvious that it's getting more and more, people get more and more involved, specifically freedom fighters, because if you don't have access to money, what else would you do? You will start finding a solution. You will start looking for an alternative, and Bitcoin is of course number one alternative. And it's just they don't know where to go to find information. People feel overwhelmed. There are so many resources, and mostly those resources cover how to make money with Bitcoin, how to invest, and it's very hard to find this type of education that we provide at HRF. We teach how to use the technology in a correct way, in a self-custodial way. Our education is privacy focused. We teach them how to use it in dangerous environments under surveillance of oppressive governments. So once again, this project is completely unique, and I love to see how many people, the progression, how people really value this content right now.
Yeah. Now the program as a whole is evolving because there's been Bitcoin as a major focus, but freedom technology takes many forms, and we're kind of heading up these Bitcoin webinars, but there's some other stuff that is kind of joining the fray alongside Bitcoin with some additional programming and education and stuff like that. I was wondering, Anna, if you maybe wanted to just touch on some of the additional things that were implemented at like the Oslo Freedom Forum this year, but moving forward, the financial freedom track is also going to include some other technical tools that are being touched on and used for education for human rights defenders as well.
Well, talking about Bitcoin, we don't only educate, there are many different programs. We also provide support to developers who create privacy-focused tools, who empower activists with different tools or ideas, those who help build circular economies. HRF provides Bitcoin grants, which is also very unique. There are not too many nonprofit organizations that provide grants in Bitcoin. So we have projects like that. And one of my favorite is, of course, our weekly newsletter. We send an amazing newsletter, and if you're not subscribed yet, I highly recommend you to do so, just so you can see what's happening in the world, how oppressive regimes, governments abuse the banking system, how people like me struggle from that, and how Bitcoin actually helps us find a way out from that. But as far as I understand, you also want to touch the AI topic that we are.
Yeah, we kind of got thrown onto a panel in Oslo last time, even though you and I were not, super technical, heavy AI users. But there is a gentleman that is heading up the AI program, right?
Yes, we just launched our AI program at the Human Rights Foundation, which is going to be, it's already very significant program of the Human Rights Foundation. We also started AI education, and we plan to provide webinars. We already released some educational videos because AI tools are also super powerful instrument for activists like me. And I recently actually gave a talk as an activist that uses AI in my organization. We use AI a lot in our work for different projects, and it's very relevant to many freedom fighters right now, especially because bad actors, bad governments, oppressive governments, they use AI a lot to catch activists, to surveil, to produce fake content, fake videos, and so on. So we must be one step ahead. We must know the technology better than them so we can fight back. And HRF just launched that program, AI for Individual Rights, and we are going to support activists as well and provide grants for AI tools and builders of developers of AI tools. And you can there is a lot to talk about that. You can check on the website href.org. There is everything about the program. I thought that Alex wanted to talk about it, but I'm not sure if he's joining again. I just don't want to steal the topic from him.
That's all right. That's all right. We got probably about 10 minutes left here, but I kind
of wanted to jump in with one quick one. By the way, guys, I did check it out. I just signed up for the newsletter. Go to href.org and scroll all the way to the bottom, and you can put in your information there. So I just signed up for that one, so we're going to check out. I want to ask you, because the privacy topic has been a big thing, especially with Samurai Wall and everything going on there. And so if there's somebody that's making a recommendation, or perhaps in an authoritarian regime that hasn't worked with you guys, it hasn't gone through a workshop yet, are there any specific Bitcoin tools or privacy tools that you like and can recommend? Is there anything that's kind of a golden go-to, like, yep, these are definitely worth putting on your radar, maybe checking out, maybe trying to learn?
I mean, I can mention a couple things, and then Anna, I'm sure you're going to have some things, but maybe Anna, I'll toss it to you first, actually. And there's some certain kind of basic information, common mistakes that a lot of individuals and organizations even make, just making assumptions about how Bitcoin works. So what are some of the things that we typically touch on with newcomers that, they understand Bitcoin is freedom money, but they don't really understand the underlyings, and they make some bad moves, perhaps?
So I would say that the main problem that we have, it's not a problem, it's a fact that we have students from all around the globe coming to our webinars. Like now we had 140 people, and we asked them to tell us where they're coming from, their geography, and it was from all around the globe. And a tool that is relevant for someone in some regions, it's just not available in other regions of the world. So for us, it's quite hard to just give one tool for everyone that is gonna be available, that is gonna work for everyone. And we, in the beginning, when we just started the webinar, we really struggled to decide what kind of content we were gonna give. And in the end, we decided that first of all, we have to teach main rules, privacy rules, types of custody, for example. This is something very important because majority of Bitcoin users, of beginners, they don't even know that there is some difference between custodial and self-custodial tools. No one knows that those two things exist. And it's very important, first of all, to explain how the tools work, how to identify that this is self-custodial, this is a custodial platform, and why you should avoid one. So when they make their own research, they now can already identify and choose the tool that is best for them. So first of all, we talk about types of custody, and when talking about privacy, we demonstrate some tools, and when we teach them how to actually exchange Bitcoin into local currencies, we of course focus on peer-to-peer exchanges. We show how to do this exchange. We demonstrate a live exchange. We use HODLHODL platform for that, but we also recommend some other platforms. Maybe Ben will give some other examples. Of course, we demonstrate how to use cold storage, how to use cold wallets. And when talking about crowdfunding, since we teach nonprofits and they're very interested in crowdfunding tools, we teach how to do crowdfunding in a safer way. Instead of using just a static Bitcoin address that they put on their website, it's better to use tools like BTC Pay Server that generates a new Bitcoin address each time. And for those who would like to dive deeper, if they reach out to us after the webinar and they want to learn more, we're always open to provide some more advanced solutions for them. For example, my organization, the Anti-Corruption Foundation, we use CoinJoin to protect our donors, because since it's very dangerous to donate to us, we must, on our side, we must do everything we can to protect the donors. And we cannot teach CoinJoin in the webinar for beginners. It's a quite advanced tool, and those people who join us, they have zero experience in using Bitcoin at all. So we just teach basic rules, the most important rules. And then for those who want to dive deeper, we are open to explain more. But Ben, maybe you will give some other examples here.
Yeah, I think the first webinar that we had was 5 days long, and I tried to add CoinJoin in there. And we had a talk afterwards, and in maybe more polite terms, it was kind of like, "What the hell are you doing? This is way too complicated for a brand new person," which was good advice. But yes, people going down this rabbit hole, they will learn the basics. They'll learn how to get a basic wallet, back it up. They'll learn how to. We'll do the demo of peer-to-peer trades, and again, we use HODLHODL as an example. But it's so jurisdictionally dependent, because we're getting tons of people from the global south, different countries across Africa, across Asia, across South America, kind of from all over the place. And so when somebody says, "How do I obtain Bitcoin in a private way?" It's, "I'm from country X." It's like half the time you're like, "Oh, holy crap, I haven't looked at that one yet." And so oftentimes we'll kind of crowdsource information from the group itself as well, like, or task them with, "Okay, so here's an example. You're going to learn the general concepts of how to obtain peer-to-peer Bitcoin, but you're going to need to take a look at what is locally available to you. And then come back tomorrow. Let us know what you found, or if you couldn't find something, and then we can begin to troubleshoot from there." Because at the end of the day, if you are cut off from the existing banking system because you're living under a tyrannical regime, anything is better than nothing. And so even in the most restrictive country on earth that there's no Bitcoin infrastructure whatsoever, think of if gold was banned in a country. If you had a gold coin and you were on the ground, that thing has value, and you would likely be able to find somebody that was willing to exchange local currency for that gold coin. You just got to put in some extra legwork compared to some other jurisdictions. So at the very least, you are able to now transport value across borders instantaneously in this censorship-resistant way. And there's just that kind of final mile to get through. So I don't know if there's anything to add to that, Anna, but those are my thoughts there.
Yeah, I mean, I see right now comments in the group chat here that Peach is amazing peer-to-peer. Yeah, we teach Peach as well, and other tools. We have, we now teach 3 days. Each day is 1.5 hours. And of course, we cover different instruments, different platforms. But as I mentioned before, they could be not relevant for some certain countries. So a month ago, I think we had a webinar tailored specifically for African continent. We only had students from African countries there. So of course, we just took a moment and made some research and added some tools that are available only for African countries. So it all depends every time. But what's most important, that they know the basic rules, the basic safety rules that they can apply in the future when they make their own decisions, which tools they want to use.
That's incredible. I think it's absolutely amazing, the work that you guys are doing. And it's one, I wanted to point out, Sessions, by the way, imagine if gold is illegal, 6102. Do we not remember that moment in time? And then number two, just, you know, we had the macro talk beforehand, but there really is no, we don't have the macro value of Bitcoin without the underlying freedom aspects. Like, it has to be the censorship resistant. It has to be that you can hold in self custody with the fully auditable supply. And it's just incredible to see it being used as money, as the most we say, adversarially resistant money possible for its intended purpose. It's just something, I think it warms my heart. It's beautiful on this like Christmas episode to talk about this sort of thing. I'm curious, either of you guys, if static addresses have come out in play at all, if anyone's using, not static addresses, sorry, silent payment addresses are being utilized by anyone at this point in time yet, or maybe something like Bolt 12 as well. But of course, for the webinar series, it's probably getting a little bit too much in the weeds. And then both for Sessions and for Anna, are there any tools that you wish you had that maybe some developer listening could start to build out, or anything that you've spotted on the horizon, like maybe we're not using it yet, but it looks really cool and maybe it's promising?
One of the things on the HRF website for donations is they've implemented PayJoin. So that's an option for donation. So it's like the transaction becomes like a fake, well, not a fake, a real two-person coin join, which kind of obfuscates the amount being sent and who the actual recipient is, which is kind of cool. I don't know if a lot of people have used that yet, but super interesting to see. And I know that the up next panel, we've got Francis from Bull Bitcoin coming on, but they've implemented PayJoin into the Bull wallet, which is awesome. If you haven't checked it out already, make sure you do. There's a lot of talk of Cashew, like eCash, stuff like that. It's still early days, but I think a lot of that stuff is very promising. And in the global south, there's quite a push for Fediment related stuff as well. So there's been chat of that, and I believe Justin Moon, who's heading up the AI section for the HRF, has done some work in and around and has a really good understanding of Fedi as well. So those would be kind of my answers. I don't know if you have anything that has stuck out to you, Anna, or if most people are kind of sticking with the basics to start.
Yeah, actually, it's one of my favorite topics, and I think once we also had a panel, me and you, Ben, we talked about like what we can recommend the developers, what kind of tools are missing, and I mean, the market is still developing, and there are lots of tools. And for some certain features, there is like one wallet is great for this, another wallet is great for that. And it would be amazing if there was just one wallet that had everything we need, like Lightning and Bitcoin and all the languages. And like, because for example, some wallet is great, but is not translated to different languages. And this is something that not many people think about because not everyone speaks English. And in Russia, many people, majority, do not speak English. And if I recommend a tool like this very wallet is amazing, it has Lightning and Bitcoin, it doesn't matter, because if you download it and you don't understand the language, you are not going to use it anyway. And it's very important that the builders shouldn't live in that bubble, thinking that everyone understands everything. And this is one of the common problems that I see. We Bitcoiners, I mean, we live in this bubble thinking that everyone understands the technologies that we're talking about. But as I mentioned previously, regular users, they don't even know that there are different types of custody. And they don't bump into this content, so they don't know about this. And we should first of all think about the end user. And when you create a wallet and the starting screen says something like get some sats, but end user doesn't even know what sats is. They know Bitcoin, but they never even heard the term sats. It could be very overwhelming, and it stops people from adopting the technology. And we should. I wish there were more tools that are simple and is easy to use. And specifically in our case, since we teach our students and we send them sats, it's part of our session number 1. On the first day, we download our first wallet and send sats to everyone. So even if it's 140 people, everyone receives sats from.
Amazing. Yeah. Yeah,
it's incredible. I had never even considered the fact that like you like living in your own. I was like, oh yeah, having it in multiple languages would be something that you absolutely need in order to push these things forward. And even to Anna's point there as well. I mean, you might even benefit from having an option of like a little welcome screen that just gives you a bit of Bitcoin information before you get started. Because most of the tools that I use, kind of loads up and then you're kind of off to the races. No explanation of even what a SAT is.
Yeah, exactly. I think Anna froze, unfortunately, but if I see her pop back in, we'll say a quick goodbye. But we're to time on that panel anyways, and we've got another killer panel coming up. But before we leave this panel, what I will say is please do check out, especially if you're kind of in the human rights space, the webinar that we do. It's every quarter. And you can find it at hrf.org. If you just go hrf.org/unstoppable, it'll fill in the rest of the thing for you. But there's this all about the webinar, and you can sign up. And so Anna, myself, and Win are usually in there hosting. And yeah, it's hopefully seen as a great tool for people that are just coming into Bitcoin from the human rights perspective. But with that, actually, before we move to the next panel, I do want to. Oh, and Anna is here. Anna, I was just shilling for you. I was just saying that people should check out the next webinar.
Yeah.
We just finished our last one, and it'll be coming up. We'll be announcing dates kind of in the new year. But do you have any parting words for people before we wrap?
Yeah, first of all, sorry for this. I had a connection issue. Of course, if you know anyone who could benefit from our education, it's designed specifically for freedom fighters, but maybe you can join the webinar and get inspired to create something for people like us, and we invite everyone to join. So just visit the website that is on the screen right now, and there will be the link to join the next webinar. We haven't announced the dates yet. We are about to do that. I hope that I managed to inspire someone to maybe create tools, to improve the existing tools, to support the Human Rights Foundation and the work that they are doing. I think it is super important. It's unique, and we should keep pushing. We should keep fighting against bad guys, and we need your help doing that.
Amazing. Anna, thank you so much for joining, and thanks for kind of being the host and helping along through the webinar that I got to be a part of this week. And I will see you before the next one, but have a very Merry Christmas as well.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you later. All right. Nathan, I've got a killer panel coming up.
Yeah, you do.
So it's very exciting. I can see them all backstage. I'll let you guys know who's joining us momentarily. But before I do want to once again mention that again the Samurai devs are slated to head to federal prison. One of them in just 2 short days. So if you guys can take the time to go and sign the petition to potentially get them a pardon. And if you can hit the website, you can either just scan the QR code on the screen, or you can head to billandkeone.org. And that's where they have not only the petition, but if you want to support the families, they've basically been financially wiped out through this legal process. And so they could use every little bit of help that they can get. That would be amazing. Yeah, we had Keone on just the other day. If you can share it far and wide, that would be incredibly helpful. Outside of that, on a lighter note, we're also going to be doing some giveaway stuff for the episode. So we've got 5 gift packages that are going to be going out. Every gift package is going to get a cold card Q. Every gift package is also going to get a tap signer, and every gift package is going to get some brand new BTC Sessions swag. So you'll get a shirt and a hat, and your cold card and your tap signer. So what do you need to do? All you need to do is hop over to either my Twitter or my Nostr account. and just share the show. Give it a share, and then use hashtag SessionsXmas25, and then maybe include a nice Christmas message to all the Bitcoiners out there. Whoever does that, whoever does a little quote share of the original tweet for the show or the note for the show, and Sessions Xmas 25, give a little Christmas wish to everybody, and we're going to randomly pick 5 winners in the coming week who will all get a package of a cold card Q, a tap signer, and some Sessions swag. So with that, damn, we got a good one coming up here. So Nathan, I'm just looking backstage and I'm seeing, I believe, all of the guests here. So that means you're going to have to get the F out. I appreciate it. But if anybody's connection goes sideways, you can always join back in just to balance out the screen. I appreciate it. But Nathan, we're going to have Jeff Booth, Guy Swann, and Francis Pouliot up here. Maybe I'll get you to join in the last few minutes of the panel just to, you're going to have some burning questions, I'm sure.
I'm sure will. I will talk to you soon. Later.
Awesome. We'll see you in a moment. Okay. So as I said, I'm going to welcome to the stage Jeff Booth, Guy Swann, Francis Pouliot. Gentlemen, how are y'all doing?
Very great.
What's up, ladies? How we doing?
Hey, Ben. So good to be here.
Good to see you guys. Very Merry Christmas. Happy to see you all. Francis looks considerably warmer than the rest of us. Although Jeff got the hell out of Dodge. He's not in Canada, so the blizzard that I'm experiencing today is probably quite different from your weather. Little different. And Guy, you're somewhere relatively warm, I think.
I mean, it's a little cold outside, but that's mostly because I'm a bitch, and it's and it should be. I want it warm here. My brother, though, is actually up in Canada. He went and trapped himself because of his wife, and they're trying desperately to get down to Brazil. So
they're in the wrong direction.
They went in the wrong direction.
Let them know about north and south. But either way, gents, thank you for being here. Very happy to have you. We're gonna be chatting all things kind of Bitcoin and freedom tech. Sorry, I made you weird there, Francis. I fixed it. But I always value your guys' insight in and around what is going on, what's being built, what are kind of the most interesting things going on. And so I kind of want to start this conversation. I was talking about this at the break before I brought you in. And that is that, unfortunately, we have a Bitcoin builder, 2 of them that are headed to federal prison very, very quickly here. One of them on Friday, one of them, I believe, in the early days of January 2026. And that is for building a Bitcoin privacy tool, Samurai Wallet. And so I guess my first prompt here is, if this ruling stands, there's no pardon, they end up serving out their entire prison term, how does this affect Bitcoin privacy tools and builders in 2026 and moving forward? And what are the lessons to take away from this?
Well,
Should I start?
Sure. Yeah, go Francis.
Yeah. Go Francis, yeah.
It definitely has affected builders in the privacy space. When the news of Keon's arrest was, I think it was somewhere around like May of 2024 or something like that. It was like a year, something like that. I talked to a lot of other developers in the space that were working on privacy software, and there was clearly a wind of panic. I personally wasn't like panicking that much, but there was definitely like a wind of panic and a lot of concern. So it has affected the space, and we've seen it, for example, with Wasabi, the ZK Snacks company shutting down, and but I think that the main lesson that I took away from that is that we need to be smarter about running these kinds of services. So the thing about Samurai, it's not exactly just like writing software. they were operating a service. They were operating a server, which is different than just writing software, because I don't think there's any risk to anyone that's just like writing code. Operating a server or service is another higher level of risk. And I think, why did Samurai need to actually even be incorporated? Why did they need to dox their real identities? They had VC investors, so they got like a legal corporation. And I think same thing with ZK Snacks. Like, why did ZK Snacks as a company need to exist as a legal incorporated company? ZK Snacks was in Gibraltar, and Samurai was incorporated in Delaware. So I'm thinking, if I'm operating a privacy-focused service, I will have no corporation. I will be fully unincorporated, fully pirate, and just fully exit from the existing legal system. So, long story short, it has had a big impact on the mood, but it's of course not dead, right? Wasabi, for example, is crushing it. I mean, I think Wasabi is hitting all-time high in terms of transaction volumes with the coordinator that Crew is running, and there's PayJoin is being developed. There's Cake Wallet and Bull are working on silent payments and PayJoin. There's anonymous swap services out there. So it's not like privacy is dead at all. It's just really demoralizing. But I think we can learn from that and really understand that regardless of the administration, the state is our enemy, and we have to isolate ourselves from potential attacks at like a legal level.
Interesting. Guy, I know you were about to chime in as well. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah. So I basically in line with a lot of what he said. And I also just think that I think about it in the context of like BitTorrent is, you go behind a NIM and you like some of these like torrent groups or whatever that were responsible for the leaks. They ended up being very distributed and very, very closed about their privacy. And I also think it'll be really interesting to see basically what comes out of a lot of different places in the world, because I've been talking to a bunch of people and developers specifically that are just not in the US, and they come from places where it's just obvious that, you would just go to prison. Like it's not really like a question, it's not like are you running a service or are you writing a code? It's like, well, no, like you just do something that the government doesn't like, and that's just where you go. So I think we kind of have to put that hat on when it comes to people in the Western world and recognize that our governments really aren't that different. They just kind of they want the story to look different. And treat them like what they are, and making privacy all that much more important for the developers and the users and everybody else involved. In addition, I also think we'll get a lot more kind of like, what do you call it? Like kind of like secondary or like side privacy things. Like a good example is just easier ways to use Lightning. That's not like I'm not like running a service or whatever, but you just kind of happen to get a little bit extra privacy if you're using this tool, or if you're self-hosting this. And then you have things like Arc, where it's like, well, we kind of have built-in blind signatures, and like getting it where we're actually doing something else. Like this is the thing that we're providing, but oh, by the way, here's PayJoin built in. Here's the fact that we're kind of using eCash signatures for this thing. I think we'll, especially the Western world, will go about it intelligently in combining these things. And I think it was a brilliant decision for both Arc and Lightning as general tools. Is like, let's just go ahead and stick in on your routing. Like let's just go ahead and kind of like put in some of these things at the base. So even when we're just developing payment apps, there's a degree of privacy that people just have by default, because it's just what that's a right that we all deserve. And it would be stupid to put ourselves in a situation where we have to figure out how to backport that. And I think that's really kind of the way to go, is think about everything that you're building, no matter how little or simple it is, and think, how could I just default, even though it's for this one simple purpose, how could I just make it where there's also this little extra bit of privacy in addition, that I'm not running a coordinator or whatever, but maybe I can't tell who's using my app and what they're doing, you know?
Yeah, fair. Jeff, I want to go to you. As time progresses, in my opinion, it kind of stands to reason that the average person by default may not be directly interacting with the base layer, and given enough time. Do we end up in a world where the average person's interaction with Bitcoin is just by default made more private by some of these tools, or do we slide the way of convenience at the expense of privacy or custody or whatever? Where do you see this headed?
Yeah, one of the reasons I constantly say that the natural state of the free market is deflation is to have people realize we've never lived in one. Right? The world has never lived in one. The U.S. was the closest, and what protected that was the Constitution under individual rights and freedoms, which slowly got taken away. But that imposed a cost on other nations in a zero-sum game. And if you look at those nations in a zero-sum game, when money's broken, the same playbook, like think about our friends at HRF and all of the people that are hurt by this. And we talk about free markets and freedom where ideas matter and we impact each other through that, but we don't live in them, right? They're more productive, but we don't live in them, and they're exploitative systems. And in the worst exploitation, when money's broken, then laws are changed. Then with the same playbook, these people are put into jail because they're a danger to the state. Anybody that's outside of that window is a danger to the state. And so now you have to look at that in a relative world, because people think, oh, I'm living free, those people aren't. And they actually believe, right, that, oh, what about that nation? Well, their rights and freedoms are being taken away and they don't know it. So I'm getting long-winded answer to get to this. But what would the free market value? Right? If you look at the Cypherpunk Manifesto, it reached privacy everywhere, right? Because they knew that it was a critical part of freedom in a digital world, right? In a world that moved more and more digital, more and more technology, it was critical, and they were a guiding light. And then all of the tries to even create Bitcoin, all of the failures, all the tries were kind of out of a bunch of that. Same people. Right, a bunch of failures inspired the success, and then Bitcoin is coming in layers, and the same thing is happening in layers. So every time there's a counter reaction that Francis said from the state, it drives more people to be smarter to how to drive essentially no fucking way we're living free, right? And that smarter is everywhere. That smarter is, if you think about what Fedi is doing, they're showing how this is working around the world, where in the worst dictatorships, it'd be really hard to go after something that's protecting people in the countries that you want to say that should be democracies, right? And so now you have, but privacy is critical. And to answer this, I think it looks exactly like it would look if we're going through a change that most people don't understand. We have to be careful in that, that trend, that free market, all of that thinking. And I to the people on the stage with me, because they're part of it. And that's what I love about all of these people, right? You and all these people, they are driving this forward. And the only reason this would look the other way, it would all be concentrated, is if we stopped our agency, if we believed that we didn't have agency and everyone believed they didn't have agency, then it would all be controlled. Otherwise, I have no, this is inevitable. I don't want to say inevitable, but because it takes our agency. But more and more people that are joining us because they see they can add their agency into a different world too. So just, it has to look like this. It has to look exactly like this. And we should not think, if you think, if we've never lived in a system that looks like we're building, then what it means is most people wouldn't understand that, no matter who they are.
I want to dive into, a couple specific examples of, we'll say headlines that I've seen that give me worry of things going in the opposite direction. And maybe you guys can comment on antidotes to that. So one of the thing is UK censorship laws and arrests over social media posts. I've seen a ton of that. In fact, I can't remember the exact number, but it is staggering how many people have had arrests simply for social media posts in the UK this year alone.
Dude, I want to say it was like 13,000 or something.
Yeah,
the
it's
number
12.
of like total. It's
12,000.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's unbelievable, and like those numbers outrank some of the more totalitarian regimes on the planet over social media posts. Like there's examples of countries that you would think would be far less free that are doing less to censor on social media than the UK. And the other thing that I've seen in yet another Commonwealth country is in Australia. Just a few days ago, I want to say maybe a week ago. So while they've been tightening their online censorship laws and around what you're allowed to post, they also just implemented ID requirements, basically age limits on social media, which to the average person is going to be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe it is a good idea to limit children from social media, which, yeah, like that's a parenting decision and not one that I disagree with. I think that, the less I can expose, my child to the awfulness of social media at an early age, the better. But under the guise of that reasoning, they've implemented de facto ID requirements to utilize social media. So if you're under 16, basically you have to prove that you're over 16. And how are they going to prove that? Well, it's going to be, where's your ID? Where's your proof of address and name, phone number, whatever it may be. But it's going to be
the typical thing of like, oh yeah, we're going to package this and protect the children. But really it's about like, how do we make it that you can't go online without telling us exactly who you are?
Exactly. And so you pair that with the clamp down on what you're allowed to say, along with the ID requirements just to be on social platforms.
A system of control has to use fear and coercion to control you.
Yeah.
But that's also, I honestly don't know why we're fighting it so bad, because every time we amplify it, right? Think about what's happening right now. Bill and Keone are going to jail, and you've done a good job. So other Bitcoiners have, and we're talking about UK, right? Like, what are they doing when it's happening here, right? And if people should be outraged, it's happening here, right, in the free market. Before they're outraged, it's happening somewhere else. And that should drive a motivation to say, if it's happening here in this tiny area and it's happening there, then what would the free market do? Like, look at the worst places around, and what happens. You have an exchange rate that is the currency, and then you have a different exchange rate that's the free market. It always happens. So what will happen because of this problem is you'll accelerate the fix to the problem, and the people that are getting stuck in the problem, right, and doing this, unfortunately, it's just like the people that don't buy Bitcoin, right? They're perceiving the world that they're making stronger from that world, right? And everything's getting worse. And by the way, it will get worse from that really fast. But the other thing will happen too. It'll get way better from the other side.
You're basically.
I just don't let it down. I just don't let it take my energy. It's just nonsense, right? Because it's trying COVID, all of this nonsense. There's going to be a whole bunch more things every moment that are going to try to get you to stop doing what you're doing, to build, to move to the other side.
Yeah. So as with money, there's going to be an official exchange rate and there's going to be a free market exchange rate. As with opinions, there's going to be an official opinion and a free market opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you guys.
Yeah. So I'm using Fedi more and more as my communication tool, because now I can communicate with friends that I know it's completely secure, right? There's nothing that Fedi can see, any of the Guardians can see. It's completely secure, and I'm doing that because as AI moves faster and faster, then people won't know it's me, and I need something that is super solid, right? That people know it's me, right? No one can break it. And that's so these things are going to become critical for people who don't know that they're already critical.
Let's chat. Let's go down that AI rabbit hole, because you know, with the bad comes good, with the good comes bad. There's both sides of the fence, as you said. And so how does one, and maybe from the perspective of everybody here, how does one navigate a world where you know, obviously the powers that be are going to have their AI tools that are going to probably be very effective in trying to clamp down on the average person's privacy and gain even more control of society and help form the opinions of society at large. But there are also open source tools that one can use as well. But how do you balance out when the average person is looking for convenience?
It's going to be a shit show. But
yeah.
I want to hear the other guys.
Yeah. I know you do a lot of AI content and stuff. So, Guy, I'll get your take.
Okay, so I'll say, just on the topic in general and the previous question, necessity is the mother of invention, right? Is that pressure creates the very avenue we need to release that pressure. And in the context of AI, and like I feel like when it comes to peer-to-peer, decentralized, key-based systems, they've always been possible. There's always been options, but they've always sucked, basically. And they've never really caught on, because essentially the platform or the convenience has always just overridden whatever the potential downside or the risk or the cost is. But I think a lot of the costs are coming to bear, because those costs really only get realized after it's so large that you cannot develop these networks outside of them. And so the networks themselves become the tools of abuse. You know, like the network owner just realized when you have a billion people on Facebook, suddenly you realize you can censor people and it doesn't really matter. You don't have to worry about competition with MySpace, because A, you already won, and B, you can't talk to all your friends unless you're on Facebook. And so there's this feedback loop of the abuse, the return from abuse as the network gets larger, and then the cost to exit gets greater as well, because you're having to lose your entire network and rebuild it somewhere else. But we also are in a place where Fedi, I hadn't even thought about it and I hadn't even used Fedi in a while, but it's a perfect example of the fact that we've got like 4 or 5 major options of totally external systems that are increasingly just working like you would expect an app or a software environment or a platform to work, and it just does. And with AI, the interesting thing about AI is that AI has absolutely plummeted with all these centralized surveillance in, you know, social media platforms and everybody plugged into ChatGPT and all this stuff. Like, it has basically absolutely plummeted, like a 95% discount on the cost of tyranny, the way all of this stuff has gone. But at the exact same time, there's like a 95% discount on the ability to easily build around it, because I am not a developer. I've been vibe coding the shit out of stuff. Like, every single day I am building some little thing for my own scripting or my own system, and things that I tried to build like 7 or 8 months ago and failed at because I just ran into a dead end, or the AI just kept taking me down this like stupid route, and be like, I swear to God, we've been down here. This is not going to work, you know? And I just gave up because after, you know, days of tackling it, it didn't work. Now I'm like, I go back and the model's that much better. And now it's just like absolutely producing the things. I'm going back to projects that within a year could not be done are now being done. And then there's tons of stuff that are just working. Like Keat and the pair stack and stuff, like we've been building on this for a while with our pair drive project. And just the idea of just being able to, like, it's going to work. Like we've got enough of it together and enough of it in operation. Like it is the way. I've got a shitty version of it, but it's the way that I'm getting stuff between my Mac and my Linux machine, because like nothing else works as good. Like everything else just sucks. And it's peer-to-peer and it's easy. You know, you punch in a key and you're connected and you just share whatever you want to share. And then you add like zaps and just like a social layer to that you have contacts. Like PairPass just dropped. They just dropped PairPass, which is the exact same thing for a password manager. And there's no servers. I immediately dropped it, downloaded the new version and got the mobile app this morning. I connected to my desktop and boom, I'm syncing all my passwords with my phone, my desktop. There's no platform. There's no account system. There's no nothing. Like it just works. And then wholesale, friend of mine, Super Sue's been building the crap out of that. We're getting that implemented in Start 9. So you just scan a QR code, Freenet or on ClearNet or anywhere. You just connect directly to it, and you can do your services. You can install new things. You're just going to be able to connect directly to it. You don't need a DNS. There's no setup. Like you boot up wholesale, say I want to connect to this service, scan it, you're connected to the service. The thing is that we're going to be able to build. Again, necessity is the mother of invention, but the engine of building solutions is so much easier. Like I am participating in building solutions. I can't write a good solid line of code. You know, I just can't, but I do understand how things are built. I do understand like the architecture and when somebody's sending me down a wrong path and that I need the list of API and all this stuff. Like we have the capacity to get around it to a degree that's kind of unheard of. Like to the same degree of like how much it's made easier from a tyrannical perspective, how easy it is for everyone who gives any concern or has any motivation about it to contribute to stopping it is so huge now. And I can't such a perfect example of Jeff. There's going to be an official and there's going to be another parallel world, and the parallel world is going to just speed up so much. It's going to, they're going to diverge just massively. I mean, we already live in two different worlds, you know, like Bitcoiners.
You should talk to Bitcoiners who are this deep in Bitcoin and see their view on the world. Talk to others. That's actually, that's why I said, Guy, and you just described perfectly. You have agency. Francis has agency. Ben has agency. Like what you is like, and nobody's telling you what to do, right? And as you see different tools to be able to exploit, you just use it, and you what you're doing by your work, you're building the fabric of the things that people are going to need as they find out they need it. It's a perfect free market that's building that, right? And so I don't get fussed with all of the nonsense in clown world, right? Because I know it has to look like that and it has to get worse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna build on what Guy just said. So I have a lot to say about AI. Just like Guy, I've been on a vibe coding rabbit hole, especially the last 5 days. I feel I'm a little biased because my mind has expanded so much in the last 5 days with Claude 4.5 Opus, which I feel like
terminal. God, it's crazy.
I feel like there's like a leap that was made with this latest model, and I know everybody always says that of the latest model, but I really feel like this one's a huge leap. So Guy said a very good point, which is that there's a discount on tyranny. The thing is, the tyrants never did a discount. They've always had Palantir. They have billions of dollars. Like whether they are more efficient or less efficient at mass surveillance and mass control, I mean, they're not gonna like control us more. They have an infinite budget essentially. The difference is with the sovereign individual, and I have never felt a larger increase in sovereignty than over the last year and a half with the advent of AI tools. And just before this panel, I was listening in, and we were talking about people should build more tools and more apps. And did you know how hard it is to translate a full-blown wallet Do you know how long it took us to translate our wallet in Russian? Like a week. And then once you have the translation system set up, to translate to Finnish took, I don't know, like 12 minutes. And then we translate to Ukrainian, and then it's infinitely translatable. The tools that I'm building are highly dangerous and potent tools that are the kind of thing that I've been dreaming about building. And there's a special type of person that's kind of like Guy and myself, which is understand that an individual that understands what he wants to build and the architecture of what he wants to build, but stuff where it's like, I would need to raise $1 million to build a prototype for this idea, stuff that you can do now. So it is a great equalizer. Like AI is really a great equalizer. And of course, it's going to be used against us, but the government has been using big data and very large scale, very expensive systems like, you know, what Palantir has been building for the last 25 years against us. And but now we can, of course, build our own systems, whether it's replacing an army of lawyers with Grok, or whether it's writing 1,000 pages of legal documents and fighting bureaucracy with ChatGPT, whether it's building privacy tools for yourself, where the sovereign individual has basically an army of bureaucrats. He can hire an army of bureaucrats and technicians behind him to fight these battles. So I feel like really like my brain, my consciousness has expanded with AI, and my capabilities to wreak havoc or to avoid capture or whatever it is have really increased with AI. And you know, you said something earlier that I just want to get quickly back to. You said, like, are we going to go through this route of like censorship resistance, privacy, self-custody, like cypherpunk apps, or are we going to go more into the convenience route? And it also gets back to this this toolkit that has been developed in Bitcoin, which is being augmented with like AI software. But which has been gradually building before Cloud Code, whether that's the libraries of BDK, Breeze SDK, Arc, Lightning, Liquid, and think about like what we've done so far. For example, what's the easiest way to like send and receive Bitcoin payments? I would say, short of being a custodial wallet, it's like Bull, AQUA, Breeze, right? These are very, very private by default. These are so private that I'm actually concerned that they might actually like an atomic swap is kind of like switching from Monero to Bitcoin and back to Monero. You know, it's like it's a chain breaking event. It's one might argue that it's from an on-chain perspective, chain analysis perspective, it's more private than CoinJoin. And what's like one of the easiest ways to hedge your Bitcoin value in US dollars? I would say it's probably what AQUA has done with SideSwap, you know, like switching, it's a non-custodial atomic swap from LBTC to LUSDT. And the stuff that made me insanely bullish is when I went to Lugano, and I really, like, Bull has really dug deep into what is possible with ARC. And of course, ARC is great for payments. It's a great payments technology that has some unique and different trade-offs from Liquid. But what you can do with like the DeFi stuff, you know, that I used to find it very cringe, but there is a lot of things that you can do which completely eliminate the need for a state, for a legal corporation. So I'm very, very bullish. And I think that, again, I want to talk to what your previous guest was saying, like we need people to build these tools, and the capacity to build these tools, the cost of building these tools has massively decreased. Like, you know, think about what it costs to build Palantir versus what it costs nowadays to build a privacy software. I mean, the asymmetry is insane. Like it's much cheaper for us to build tools and than it is for the government. And they're not, I don't think they're going to be quick enough to integrate AI really in the way that that we are, like as individuals, as entrepreneurs. Like, you know, they're integrating like IBM AI, you know, IBM style stuff, corporate AIs. Whereas we're pirates. We're using AI as a hacking tool. And So I am very, very bullish on AI for the sovereign individual, and I think it's a wonderful time to be alive, and I am not concerned.
If you were chiming in there, I didn't quite.
Yeah,
hear
no,
you.
just centralization has never worked, right? Because the cost has to go through it. It's one person's idea or a group of people's idea that can't work at the speed of the free market. And if more people knew that, right? If more, so think about the number of people right now, and this is why I try to hammer this home over and over again. And people that are living in the space know it. But there's tons of people living in that world that are Bitcoiners, that most of their time is on Twitter in fear about what the government's going to do. When if they took a day, 2 days, and started vibe coding, their minds would expand like I and Francis, and they would say, I can contribute. I don't have to be a victim. I can add my voice and I can contribute. And if my thing provides value, I get paid for it too. Right? Because it provided value in the free market. And there's billions of us, right? If we would, there's more and more every day that are making that understanding, and they're moving their time. So it's going to be messy. The part of that's going to be messy is most people don't know when they're giving in to the fear. They're talking about the fear every day. And they're inside that thing that's preying on their worst fears, feeding back at it, which is it's the AI.
Yeah.
Right?
I want to say something just on that note, is that, like, for everybody out there who thinks that like they haven't sorted out yet, or like AI is not going to give you like good enough code or something like that, which obviously that's a concern, you know, like you don't want to throw a product with spaghetti code, you know, thrown at you from AI. But between Nuster, PubKey, the pair stack, and one of the things that we're doing with PairDrive specifically is we're building PairDrive core so that you can basically just import it, and then anything that you think about with file syncing or creating like a space where there's like, you can just add people and give them kind of piecemeal permissions to any set of files or any list inside of it. These things, like they're plug and play. Like people already built the building blocks. And then you got like wallet SDKs, you got Breeze SDK, you got Fedi, you got all of these things. You don't have to build the hard stuff that you have to worry about the security for. You just talk to the API, and we've got self-hosting, we've got peer-to-peer direct connections, we've got blind forwarding, we've got key-based identity, we've got Zaps, we've got an entire wallet and payment infrastructure. We have everything that the web even has, like everything to redesign the web. And literally, you can just go vibe code with all that stuff, and you don't have to worry about it, because Breeze is going to make sure that the Lightning works, and PairDrive is going to make sure that the syncing works, and Noster is going to make sure the identity and the Zaps work, and you can just build it. Like, you literally can just build it now. And like I did an episode from like a year and a half ago or something like that. The stupid thumbs up thing. A year and a half ago.
AI that out of
I
you.
did. I thought I cut this off like 5 times. But from sometime like a year and a half ago or whatever, titled 1 Million New Devs. It's going to be more than that, because after everybody's already built the development kits and the back-end libraries and all this stuff that you just call, it's anybody who's willing to just go to Claude and be like, let's build this thing. Here are the tools that I want you to use. Let's just build it. And we've laid a lot of this groundwork. And a couple 6 more months, a year more of the groundwork of the foundational pieces. What the hell can't we build?
I've watched. I'm streaming from the Freedom Center, which is a kind of like co-working tech hub in Costa Rica, Bitcoin, Noster, kind of like digital nomad space. And I have watched 2 fully functional apps. One of them, which is in production, which was fully vibe coded using Marmot on Noster, which is a decentralized marketplace for services like massage, garage, pet sitting, all that kind of stuff. I call Wellfred, which was pretty much entirely vibe coded using Claude. And I've also watched the founder of Bitcoin Jungle create a fully Noster based YouTube alternative called Tubester, I hope he changes his name because it's so lame to call stuff Stir. But
he needs some help. I love naming things.
Yes. Fully using the Marmot protocol, like end-to-end encrypted, like super cypherpunk stuff, using Claude. And I spent the last 3 days building something very dangerous, using advanced cryptography, partially signed transactions, crafting transactions from scratch, blinding, and it's fucking real. It's not a joke. This is fucking real. It is not the same thing that it was 6 months ago, and it's only going in one direction. And it's actually being subsidized right now by I don't know, the NGU, the public markets are subsidizing. I think I've burnt like $700 of Claude credits in like a week, but that probably costs Anthropic like 20 G's. So you use it now. No, but it's super bullish. And when we were talking about like financing, and of course there's we're not replacing devs per se. I don't think that's what we're talking about now. I think we're talking about unleashing the power of creative architects and like it's kind of like, when you're building a castle or something, like you do need the visionary architect to and the planner and the chief to make it work. But maybe you don't need like all these bricklayers. They're just laying bricks. Like maybe the agent can lay all the bricks, and all you really need is, instead of having like 500 people to build that castle, maybe you need like 6.
Yeah.
And that's been the big thing. Sorry to interrupt. But that I have been hiring and talking to developers that I assess, and it's like, okay, you guys are competent and you know how to build this, how to build this thing safely and securely, and then I get them a Claude Code subscription so that they can build it faster. But I'm using their developing skills to trust that they send the code in the right direction, because that's the thing that I can't do is I'll go down the wrong path because I end up having to trust Claude's conclusion on a bunch of stuff. This doesn't replace developers. It just makes them more,
Yeah. I fully agree. I think it supercharges the cream of the crop, right? Gentlemen, we're coming to time here. It looks like Francis is frozen in time. That's okay. His AI, he's busy coding, vibe coding. Oh, there he is. But Francis, I'm just saying we're coming to time. But Nathan is in the wings here, and I think he's been listening and everything. I'm going to give him the opportunity to drop one more question on you guys really quick before we close up. So I'll welcome him to the stage now. But Nathan, how you doing?
Good. Just a nice and simple, easy question, guys. In terms of privacy and self-sovereignty and engineering a better world, are we going to win?
Yes.
Yeah.
Quick as yes.
Yeah, we're going to win. Centralization, Jeff said it best, I think, is centralization doesn't work. It scales in the short to medium term. It scales what does work, but in a world where things are changing so drastically and so quickly, centralization is also insanely brittle. Like decentralization is the only thing that actually has the capacity to adjust. And we are yes, and increasingly we are in a world that is going to move and change so fast, and structurally so fast, because we're in a fourth turning. We're in a structural shift as it is, and everything that's holding up the system that is reaching its end game. Like we're in the debt end game. We're in the political, we're in the NATO end game. We're in all the political alliances. We're in the idea of all of our platforms and the old establishment authority. Like everything is in flux, everything, and it's only going to get quote unquote worse, which is going to open up more and more space to be replaced. So
guy, we shouldn't be on panels at the same time because we always say the same thing.
Okay, then for
it's gonna get worse.
So we can just repeat each other.
No, but Nathan, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. I think that's the number one thing. And there's and Ben was enumerating some of the things that he's been seeing that are concerning. there are much, much worse things that I, as a, I guess, Bitcoin CEO, have some insight into, but things are definitely getting worse for sure before they get better. But of course, that is just, everything is going according to plan, let's just say. And you know, you mentioned the fourth turning, and we of course are at the cusp of the you know, weak men make bad times and bad times make strong men, which is us. So I am not concerned, Nathan, but for myself and for people who are, let's say, ahead of the curve. But unfortunately, I think that there will be a little bit of collateral damage in the near future, and it is our job to create the tools for the normies that are otherwise kind of screwed. I'm not, to put it simply, I'm not concerned about my kids. I'm concerned about people in the next 5 to 10 years.
Interesting, Jeff.
Yeah, this is going to be the last fourth turning, because these tools actually make sure that because the fourth turning was always a rise up of a centrally controlled monetary system against a natural state of the free market, which would always have been deflation. And it gets worse and worse and worse, and then resets through war, and we say we'll never do that again, and we start it again. Right? This is the end of the fourth turnings, and it's the beginning of something totally different. Most people can't comprehend. And what just gives me so much hope is all of you guys, all of the people that are building this, what a crazy time to be alive. Right. And more people are joining us every day and contributing to this. It's just where would you rather be? Right.
Yeah.
100%. I do just have one more quick question, if it's okay. For Francis Escobar in the corner there, when can I expect the Bull Bitcoin home defense drone? When can I order that?
Oh, that's a whole other rabbit hole we got to talk about, and that will be the greatest equalizer of them all. And I wish I had better insight on this industry, because it's the most fascinating. I'm going to say that from a technical perspective, it's probably possible now, and certainly in fact.
Oh, we got the cutoff.
Got an audio cut, but I mean, if anything, he just full on sold the Bull Bitcoin home defense drone for me.
I gotta tell you, just even without one that's like got a weapon or whatever, you know, maybe like a stun gun or something, but just one that, like, when you press a panic button or your alarm goes off, that launches up and then starts filming. Yeah, it just starts filming and keeps track of stuff and like watches what's going on and like projects it back to somewhere. Like that's a really dope that's a really dope idea.
Do you even know, Francis? It's not just gonna film.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we could get started, and then we could put that targeting thing on the camera, and then maybe it has another purpose. I don't know.
Yeah,
he is gonna vibe code like a swarm of drone surveillance for all Bitcoiner properties.
It's coming. All right, gentlemen, we're gonna wrap the panel here. I know Francis cut out, but probably at the perfect time. And Guy and Jeff, great seeing you guys. I hope you have a very, very Merry Christmas, and I'll be talking to you both soon.
You too, buddy. Merry Christmas, guys.
Cheers.
Merry Christmas, guys.
There you go.
All right, Nathan, quite the Freedom Tech panel that we had there. And up next, I'm going to be chatting a little bit about kind of Bitcoin community, circular economy, using Bitcoin, like what we wanted Bitcoin for, not just a secondary option to investing in real estate, but how do you live on a Bitcoin standard? How is that going? Is that still a thing? Are we just leaning hard into ETFs now? Are we just going to all buy treasury companies, or is there something more? Can you as a Bitcoiner become more? We're going to be chatting about that in a little bit. Nathan, I'm going to toss it to you momentarily as I do a quick run out here really quick, grab a couple things. But I would love for you to give any thoughts on the last panel, but also remind people about the very important cause that we're trying to support. And before I go, I'll say, remember the giveaway. Make sure that you share the show either from my X or my Nostr profile. I've shared it earlier. Give it a little quote, #SessionsXmas25, and maybe give a little Christmas message to all the Bitcoiners out there. And there are 5 gift packages. Each one will include a cold card queue, a tap signer, and some sessions merch. So just give the show a share and make sure to do that. Anyways, thanks to the last panel. Nathan, I'm going to jump here. I will be back in just a couple short minutes, but give your thoughts and let people know about the important cause to support.
Absolutely, sir. So in terms of thoughts, and first and foremost, guys, we got to go to billandqa.org. So let me go ahead and see if I can pull that up here quick. Boom, here we go. So remember, especially with the free thing, we have to defend those who defend us. We got to make sure that we're supporting them. So go to billandqa.org, sign the petition, and donate to the families. Let's take a quick peek here too. Let's see. We are currently sitting at 7,807 signatures so far. I want to see those numbers get pumped up. Let's see if we can crack 8,000 before we're done on the stream today. And I'm pretty sure I've got the sign the petition QR code for you right there. This stuff really, really, really is important. Now, a couple of things. One thing I actually want to touch on with regards to living on a Bitcoin standard, building out communities. We just a couple days ago had the SAT market here in Calgary, and man, it was another fantastic turnout. This was our Christmas market. This is a chance for all the Bitcoiners to come together. We had a nice hangout afterwards. A ton of great vendors. There's actually some Bitcoin curious too, which for 2025, I hadn't had too many newcomers showing up and kind of asking questions when at different events or, like the Bitcoin conference or things around town. So it was really nice to see some people curious to try Bitcoin, to learn about Bitcoin, to come out and spend some time. So this really is your next layer of defense. If you've got like the money that nobody can confiscate, you got the privacy tools there. The thing that you really need to build out, and everyone needs to do this in their own kind of local area, their own geographical spot, is start networking with the other Bitcoiners around you and build this sort of circular economy. Even if it's just a couple of you showing up for the first time, it doesn't matter. You make those connections, and that gives you almost like having a fire extinguisher in the kitchen. It's another emergency supply you kind of have there on hand. If at any point in time that, let's say we have another trucker protest here in Canada and my bank account gets shut off, right? I can no longer access the fiat system whatsoever. I know a plumber, I know a carpenter, I know an HVAC guy, I know a rancher. I can get some food. I can buy just almost everything for those daily necessities and a bunch of good tradesmen. I can pay directly in Bitcoin, which means I never have to go back and use those traditional fiat rails, which makes me in another way sort of better and untouchable, right? It means it's another form of resilience. It was so wonderful to see everybody else there. But one of the things that I want to highlight from this too is that we did Bull Wallet. We were playing around with Bull Wallet. Ben gave a live demonstration, another great one. Welcome back, sir. If you haven't checked it out, but I just wanted to share with you, talking about the tech that people are building and just how phenomenal things are getting. This blew my mind. I had a woman who was working for one of the vendors at the SAT market, and the guy that she was working for is a Bitcoiner as well, and he came over and asked, like, hey, could you just help onboard her quickly? She wants to buy some stuff, but they're only accepting Bitcoin, so she has to figure out how to get Bitcoin. This woman had never used Bitcoin before. We got her signed up. We did it at Bull Bitcoin there with Francis. Had her signed up to the exchange, approved, funded, downloaded Bull app, recovered with Recoverable, and had everything. We had Bitcoin in her wallet. So like from zero to Bitcoin in her Bull wallet there in 10 minutes and 24 seconds because we timed it. And then she immediately went out and spent that at the SAT market and followed up by buying more Bitcoin. So the tools that people are building, even just on like the everyday kind of self-custody side, the better they get, the easier the onboarding gets, the easier the experience get. I got to have a ton of love for people that are building stuff like this.
Well said. Well said. And that was an excellent success story from the SAT market.
It was.
I love that. And we're going to get to chat about the SAT market and more circular economy stuff. Right now, I see two of the guests backstage. Do you want to join in for the beginning of the panel? If the third one hops in, then we can kind of even out the screen.
100%. Sounds good.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So on the topic of Bitcoin circular economies, using Bitcoin, not just having it as a savings tool, that's what I want to touch on with these guys. And we're going to bring them in right now, actually. So I want to welcome to the stage Mr. Mike Peterson, Bitcoin Beach. Mike, how are you doing? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you guys.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here. And I see her in the background here. I'm gonna let her in. There she is.
What is up?
Yo, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Very happy to have you. And we may be joined by Joe Nakamoto in a little bit. He obviously has also gallivanted the globe and visited many circular economies and done the Bitcoin thing. So we'll keep an eye out for him. Guys, thank you so much for being here. And I wanted to kind of focus this chat on Bitcoin and community and building locally. And kind of talking about what that looks like, how it's going, and just kind of go from there and see where the conversation takes us. So, 2025, unfortunately, was the year of paper Bitcoin and treasury companies and ETFs and all of that crap that myself as an individual, I don't really care too much about. So my question to you guys, as people that are more kind of tuned into the Bitcoiner on the street, one, is grassroots adoption failing, or is it just quieter and less noticeable than the noise of these bigger players?
You want me to jump in first, Isabella?
Yeah, I was going to say you should jump in because what you guys are doing in Bitcoin Beach speaks more than any of the noise online.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's funny if you just watch the news, you might think that things have slowed down as far as Bitcoin adoption and circular economies, but it's actually couldn't be any different from the truth. We've seen adoption kind of ramping ahead, and I feel like when we started out in El Zonte, just because it was kind of novel what we were doing, and we were able to get a lot of press interested in what we're doing, from 60 Minutes to Wall Street Journal, everything was focused on El Salvador, and so it actually maybe overhyped it. There was more hype than there was real adoption and real use. But now as that's kind of quieted and it's not, this unique story anymore, and people stop reporting on it, we're actually seeing the usage increase. First in El Salvador, I mean, it's becoming, the tools are becoming easier and easier to use. The number of stores that are accepting are increasing. But beyond that, just the number of communities around the world. I mean, we're working with, it's probably close to 100 communities around the world. We were just in Africa. We saw you there, Ben, for the African Bitcoin Conference, and we had a summit right afterwards and we were meeting with, I think, 13 different circular economies just at that summit that we brought in that are just in certain parts of Africa. And so it's on the ground, we're seeing real things happening, even though the media is not as focused on it.
That's super interesting. You said something that the number of tools and in particular the number of businesses accepting is increasing. And so one of the questions I was going to bring to you was, we saw that Bitcoin is no longer legal tender, meaning that it is not mandated to be used and accepted as legal tender in El Salvador. And so what I was going to ask is, what has that done to the directionality of people using Bitcoin in El Salvador? But you say you're seeing continued kind of snowballing of adoption. You're seeing more people come. Why do you think that is?
I think it's just that these things take a long time to take hold. People are creatures of habit, and so they're used to doing something one way, and it just takes them a while of watching other people use, a different tool of, they started to see people use Bitcoin and just how much easier it is. And then a lot of the businesses are realizing they're losing clients because people come all the time and say, hey, do you accept Bitcoin? And a lot of times they'll walk away if they don't. And so they're realizing that they need to accept. So I just to be realistic about it, there probably have been like a few bigger like franchise businesses that have maybe stopped using Bitcoin. I haven't run into that personally, but I've heard some different people recount that, maybe some different fast food restaurants. They probably weren't getting enough traction to make it worthwhile, and once the the law was no longer in effect. Maybe a couple of them decided it would just be easier. But we're seeing a bunch of like small and medium-sized businesses ramp up just as the tools get better. And as they start to understand just the value of accepting the world's hardest money. So overall, I would say it's getting easier and easier to live on a Bitcoin standard in El Salvador.
That's interesting. Do you think there's a degree of, and I know it sounds counterintuitive, but do you think in any way before it was almost like, and I'm not saying that it's no longer a stamp of approval, but it sounded official. Oh, it's legal tender, and so some people may have interpreted that as like top down, kind of forceful. You have to do this with the suspension of that, but keeping it open as an option. Do you think there's any people that maybe perceive it as like, oh, they were maybe opposed to it because they weren't keen on like government mandates, but now that it's open, they're just kind of like, oh, well, maybe there's something there. Maybe I'll take a peek.
I think that's just human nature. When we're told that we have to do something, I know for myself, that's how I'm wired. When somebody tells me I have to do something, I'm usually all of a sudden against it, even though I might not even have like a reason to be against it. But it's just this kind of visceral, we don't want to be mandated or required to do things. So I definitely think, yeah, there are some now that they're like, okay, this isn't like me giving in to the government. The government's no longer requiring it. But I see all these other businesses, even though they're not being required to accept it, continue to accept it. Maybe I'm missing out on something. And so I definitely do think there is that kind of counterintuitive, pushback in a positive direction of, okay, now that we're not required, let's go ahead and start accepting it.
Absolutely. Now I want to jump to Isa here. And Isa, you've been obviously kind of spearheading your own local, I'm going to call it an experience. My friend actually came down and visited you guys as well. But tell me about life on Isla Mujeres and what you've been building there and kind of how it's going.
Well, I do want to highlight that every time I go to Bitcoin Beach, more merchants accept Bitcoin. I don't know how you guys manage. Like this time I was there in November. All the places I went to accepted Bitcoin. So that is huge. Especially since I know how hard it is to start it and to get merchants to accept Bitcoin, not just being onboarded, but just having them keep accepting Bitcoin. I think that's the hard part.
Well, I think just to jump in real quick, Isabella, I think that the key to that has been the number of Bitcoiners that have moved to El Salvador or that visit, because that is one of the challenges. It's one thing to get somebody onboarded, but if you don't have people actually spending Bitcoin and injecting Bitcoin into the community, a lot of times the stores, for them, it's not worthwhile, or they forget how to do it because it hasn't been in a while. So I think that is one of the secrets of circular economies, is to make sure Bitcoiners are spending their Bitcoin and shaming the ones that that come down and want to spend fiat. That nothing drives me more crazy than the Bitcoiners that come down and refuse to spend Bitcoin. It's like you have freedom money.
That is a horror story,
continue to use slave
for
money.
shame. I'm not going to name names here, but you told me somebody who came down to Bitcoin Beach and didn't spend sats, and the name that I heard horrified me. And the next time I see that person, I'm going to specifically call them out on that, because of all people, come on. So nonetheless, yeah, like you gotta walk the walk. And sometimes you have to realize that at some point, some person had to say, I think there's some value in Bitcoin. And somebody had to say, I'm willing to exchange my fiat or whatever for Bitcoin for the first time. And then somebody for the first time had to buy something with Bitcoin. Somebody for the first time. There are all these first times for Bitcoin. And now the world at large is coming to a place where a lot of people, I won't say most, but a lot of people are beginning to recognize the store of value idea of like, oh, this can be savings technology. That's no longer like a super outlandish thing to say, but the living on Bitcoin, the using Bitcoin in commerce, that thing is still, you know, to some that are still in the mindset of, oh, I understand saving. And even the ones that want it to be money, if you aren't using it as money because you want to wait until it becomes money, it will never become money. And so you need to be the crazy fucking person out there to be like, I'm going to start working to live on a Bitcoin standard. You need to be the change that you want to see in the world. You need to step out of that comfort zone and change things, because there's a million people sitting in the wings saying, I wish this was a thing. But until somebody leads by example, not a single person will follow. So it just bothers me so much. Anyways, Isabella and Mike, we interrupted. Mike, I'll let you finish your thought there.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
I just
Isabella,
no, like what you guys are saying is right. My thing is, do Bitcoiners not know that you're saving Bitcoin and then you're spending Bitcoin? Like, it is not that hard to differentiate the two. Like, it's not crazy. There's a Bitcoiner that always comes to the island. His name is Bitcoin Larry, and he says it perfectly. He's like, instead of trading my dollars for, you know, more fiat pesos, I just trade it for Bitcoin and inject my Bitcoin to the economy. I'm not touching my saving Bitcoin. Like, that has nothing to do. And I don't understand how Bitcoiners have been taught to, like, never touch it. Like, you can keep stacking Bitcoin. Actually, in circular economies, you can get non-KYC Bitcoin. To me, I'm like, what is everybody else talking about? But to tell you, like, more or less what we're building, we actually had Paco from Bitcoin Beach come and help out, because help is so needed in BTC, Isla. There is so much for us to do. But right now, I think I have to celebrate our small wins that are like, you can come to the island and survive only using Bitcoin. And I'm talking like getting protein, going to this, like, there's a super now that's a tiny little supermarket, like an OXXO, like a little gas station that accepts Bitcoin. So that was a huge win. There's restaurants, there's like a paper shop, you know, that you can print stuff and buy utensils that accepts Bitcoin. So we've managed to get to the point where a Bitcoiner can come and fully live off Bitcoin, not comfortably, like not like a 5-star hotel type of vibe, but it's a start. You know, before at the beginning of the year, you couldn't do that. So it took us a while. We have over 32 merchants that accept Bitcoin, which is more than 10% of the whole shops. We have over 130 houses that you can buy, rent, or sell using Bitcoin. We have the first Bitcoin gym that runs its own node. We're starting next year Bitcoin crash courses. So the idea is, my motto in life is just, you have to try things out, and, you know, you take the ship where everything goes. And what I wanted to do, my next project, is sort of, now that we have the foundation of the circular economy, we want to take it like another step further and do like 3-day retreats of a Bitcoin 101 crash course where you come to the island. You don't have to know anything about Bitcoin. That it's actually better if you don't. We come and we teach you like why Bitcoin, how to use it, you know, how to store it safely for 3 days, like an intensive course. And since we already have sort of like a foundation of a Bitcoin circular economy, you can go out and spend Bitcoin. So it's going to be super cool. Like,
that's amazing.
It's amazing.
I love to hear it. And again, you saying again, it's you were saying, oh, it's not that much yet, but it's building. 10% of the existing merchants. There's I can't remember what the metric is, but like when things are compounding, it's like once you hit 1%, then you're like, it's like you're actually like halfway there or something like that. And so like if you got 10% of the merchants on the island, you're so close to that kind of like critical, like all of a sudden everything just changes. So that's huge. It's like a big win to be able to do that, and yeah, that's amazing. And I want to Nathan, if you don't mind, I'm one of our other team members from Team Sessions is actually here, and I'm going to swap him in here because we just had an event just the other day, and actually, Mike, you shot over some support, some sats for the event, which was massively helpful because basically this was our 6th one, and the first 5 I basically just paid for out of pocket because I really, really wanted it to happen. And so this was the first time where between yourself and a number of other people at our market, it was fully funded on its own. I didn't have to pull out of pocket for the very first time. So it's kind of become self-sufficient. But I want to introduce you guys to a really good friend of mine and a part of the team at the channel, and also the person that has basically made it, got the SAT market to where it is now. And then I got to give a shout out to the guy we just enlisted, who is now basically holding down the fort as well, Francois. But I want to welcome to the stage Art. Art, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Hey, folks, thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yeah, we got you, man.
Mike, big thanks for the support from across the pond, or I guess in the pond across the body of oceans and mountains there. Isa, thank you for your work as well. I still remember an Orange Pill app. I was traveling around Quintana Roo, Yucatan, right? Or wherever I was at the time, and it just shows you where people are. And I'm like, hey, Isa, what's this? Isla Mujeres, And we didn't end up chatting, but that's the point of community, is you get to meet people from across all the world.
No, yeah, absolutely. And Art, I wanna maybe get your thoughts on what has come to fruition over the past couple years here in Calgary, because it's a little bit of a different vibe than, say, Bitcoin Beach. You've got a small locale where you can begin going up and down the street to merchants and saying, like, you should do this, you should do this. And same with Isla Mujeres, where you've got a smaller community, so you can begin to kind of pick off merchants one at a time. Whereas we're in a city, we're in Calgary, there's 1.4 million people. And so tactic-wise, to get this going is quite a different story, and not one that I've seen represented yet in the circular economy kind of world, or at least talked about widely. It seems to be smaller places, but I'm curious if you could kind of detail what we've done, what challenges we've had, what successes we've had.
Absolutely. So I'll say 3 things. First of all, what's worked most well is consistency and replicability, right? So if you imagine having to create the same markets over and over, and you're trying to do the same things every time from memory, you're going to exhaust yourself. It's going to take a lot of work. And so what we've been doing is we've been standardizing. This is my inner consultant. We've been standardizing the playbook for running a market. So every time we just pull up, okay, what were some of the things we did last time? What were some of the comms that we sent? How frequently should we check in? And at the end of every market, at the end of every session, we have a jam, be like, what worked well, send out surveys, get feedback, and get better and better and better every time. Second is we created a online conversation, so in the form of Telegram, where people continue to drip in feedback, thoughts, questions throughout the year, or we usually host them twice a year, but throughout the year, right? As a place where people come in and add value to one another, right? Then we also practice what we preach. So, if Ben ever goes out and uses a service, if I ever do, if other, let's call them quasi leaders or like more active members in the community participates in the circular economy, we'll make note of that. Hey, reach out to this person, reach out to that person. And third, I would say, is maintaining and building personal relationships outside of these like one-stop shop events. Ultimately, it is the relationships that drive the commerce, that drive the trust, and that kind of spread outside to bring more people in. I think that for a city of 1.4 million, and I just did a fact check, and Calgary is actually bigger in landmass than New York City. Like, can you imagine how huge that is, right?
Damn.
Yeah. What that means is that it takes all of us longer to actually come and connect, despite living in the same city. But providing opportunities to have those contact points outside of these markets. And, Ben, I keep thinking to a call to action. What's our call to action? What's our call to action? Do you want to share what yours was? Like several markets in a row?
Yeah. So we host a market. Everybody's all together. It's social. It's fun. And people are transacting with each other. We do this a couple times a year. But what happens in between, right? Like, what do people go home, forget about it, and then 6 months later, oh yeah, I'm going to spend some Bitcoin? No. Like, it needs to be more than that. It needs to be that this becomes a part of your life, that these relationships are important, because you're unshakable if you create these bonds and these relationships with people that are like-minded and value a money that is sound and censorship resistant and all of those things. But we want people to use Bitcoin even when there's not an event to lean on. And so my call to action was to everybody, okay, find 3 other vendors here that are doing something that is very useful to yourself. And your goal is to frequent each of them at least once between now and the next market that we do. And so this is kind of my consistent call to action every market, is trying to get people and trying to seed these relationships amongst them so that they will, I want to be confident that if myself, if Art, and if Francois were to disappear tomorrow, that this community would still operate and would still forge ahead because of the relationships that they've built. So in essence, we are, like a Bitcoin Tinder. That's what we're doing. Also, I wanted to draw attention to a comment here, and this warms my heart. But Edgar, in the comments on the live show, said, "You've inspired me to host a SAT market here in Minneapolis. We have a local bar who accepts Bitcoin via Square, and they have an events space we can use." Edgar, absolutely, please do that. If not you, then who? And it's those little sparks in every community that is needed to move things ahead. There's probably a ton of Bitcoiners around you that would be super stoked to not only attend, but be a part of something like that. But it's going to take you to be the person to suggest it to them. So, yeah.
Ben, I'm curious, do you have examples? Like, do you have people that are like mechanics or electricians, and are people developing relationships where now they're kind of their go-to person that they call during the year?
Yeah, there's a bunch of that. So in terms of like tradesmen, plumber, we've got flooring, we've got roofing, we have, I'm trying to remember, Art, maybe you can help fill me in, but my barber, even though he wasn't at this market, but I assure you he accepts sats, and he asked me to pay in Bitcoin, which was a huge win for my ego. And then even beyond that, we've had farmers with beef and eggs and chickens. We've got Art, help fill me in here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have, it goes without saying, a bunch of makers, right? People who create trinkets and tools and coasters, and people who create tech for Bitcoin tools, like cases for wallets, etc., right? Like the usual stuff you would imagine in a market. But we also have a tremendous amount of service providers. We have a person who's a hypnotherapist, a person who makes balms and creams and other tools for the body. Some people make clothing. Other people do readings, for example, right? We've had massage literally at the market. We had massage therapy, which was such a good reprieve after hours and hours of hustling and making friends.
Yeah.
We have, for example, I just purchased a session with golf, right? A golf professional who teaches you how to play golf. We have mining outfits, for example, Cryptotherm. We have nonprofits.
Yeah, electricians, nonprofits. We actually have a lawyer that frequents. Funny enough, the lawyer that is part of the SAT market is the same woman who cross-examined Justin Trudeau on his enactment of the Emergencies Act. Her name is Eva, and she's a legend. And she has been, I think, at the past 3 markets at least, but she's a huge freedom advocate, and it always warms my heart to see her there. So she's incredible. We've also got a children's author that's written a bunch of books, and she's a school teacher. And actually, just really quick, while we're on all of this, I want to show just a few snapshots from the event. So here's some of the team sessions here. But we've got Scott, we've got a bunch of the kids that were on stage during, we had a quiet session and a bunch of stuff going on. Here's some of the market and people around kind of getting show. There's the kids being taught about some stuff, some selfies. We've got some of the merchants here. Again, kind of like heating and there's a lot of oil and gas in Alberta. So these guys do capture stranded gas. We have a local person that creates pants made from hemp seed. We've got a whole bunch of different stuff. We had beverages going the whole night. We've got Coin Cards, who does gift cards coin, and they come and support every single time. We've got tons of stuff. We even had guys with retro gaming consoles there, which was super awesome. So my inner 90s nerd was very happy about the Nintendo 64 and Super Nintendo demos going on. You could buy retro games. There's Eva, the girl that I was just talking about. She is incredible. Just amazing people all around, artists. And there's Francois. So a huge shout out to Francois, this guy over on the right here, who basically made this whole thing possible. So this was just our last event, but we've been kind of documenting it the entire time. And it's been amazing to see people kind of come together and, build something that we're all mutually interested in. And I think that is a huge benefit.
Well, I love that you guys are doing that specifically in the developed world, because there's lots of examples of circular Bitcoin economies, in the global south, but I think a lot of times people think that it's not applicable in North America or Europe. But really, if we want to be free from government control, if we want to, have our ability to be independent, we need to be using Bitcoin as money. So I love the fact that you guys are. It's actually a lot more work to do it where you guys are doing. So hats off to you guys for pushing forward with that and showing this kind of real world example of a circular economy even in the developed world.
Well, thanks. Yeah, it's really cool, and I hope to see it replicated, because if we can get people interested in doing it in places where there's still a semblance of the currency kind of working, and you still have access to banking. If people are passionate about it in a major metropolitan city, where they'll make a trip in and go to the market, and they'll make relationships with local merchants just to be ideologically aligned with people that they connect with and execute commerce with, then I think that says a lot for what people will do when their situation is less than ideal.
On that topic, folks, it was minus 21 Celsius that day.
Yeah,
You got the commitment of people following through. This is minus 5 or minus 6 Fahrenheit. And people committed to come out on this day.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And we also had a little jaunt out to the mountains as well, out to Banff. It was beautiful. Isa, you were in Banff last year sometime. I saw you post, and I messaged you. I was like, "Are you an hour from my house?" And you were with your boyfriend and his friend, or I guess fiance and his friend, and then you came over to chill with myself and Lisa. That was a blast.
That was crazy. Honestly, I still think about your steak to this day.
It was delicious. Yes,
It
the
was
Alberta
delicious.
beef is amazing.
And I showed up with chocolates, and I'm like, idiot, why would I show up with chocolates to a Bitcoiner's house?
That's okay. Pretty fiat of you, but you brought coffee,
Yeah.
so I'll excuse it.
Yeah. No, but honestly, I think circular economies are the way to hyper Bitcoinization. Because if we don't know what works, then how are we supposed to adapt? You know, it's in small sample sizes where we learn and we evolve and we like change it in however we need to.
Yeah,
Well, I think especially in the wallet tools and the hardware wallets and everything that's needed for a Bitcoin economy, I think it gets real world usage in the circular Bitcoin economies, and that's where people realize like what kind of tweaks they need to make, what they need to change as far as to make the usability better. Otherwise, if it just stays with super technical people, we're never going to develop the tools, for the everyday people.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious, you guys, when dealing in these circular economies, and we're seeing merchants and people frequenting the merchants. What do you guys figure are some of the biggest hurdles to get over when onboarding on either side of that equation? What things have worked well for you guys? What things have kind of fallen flat? Do you guys have any general advice there?
Is it a broad question to everybody?
Yeah. Like talk about locally for you. What has worked well for you when you're kind of introducing people to this, and you're saying like, here's a beginner's kind of tool, and does it change if they get more hardcore and they learn?
So for me, what has worked and has been the easiest route is building trust. Because I've tried it from different angles. Like the first year I was focusing too much on education and not so much on merchant adoption. And I was trying to get a group of people to care about Bitcoin that didn't care about Bitcoin and were probably never going to care about Bitcoin the same way that I do. So once I changed and pivoted, I realized I need to gain their trust, and I need to show them like, I'm not a bad person. Like there really isn't anything for me that I gain from this. So it was like a lot of time that you have to dedicate, and then you have to wait until the right time to explain to them like, oh, can you accept Bitcoin? And sort of like build, not do like Bitcoin every time you go there, but change it up. Be like, one day once they start accepting Bitcoin, you're like, okay, I'm going to pay with Bitcoin today. The next time you pay with cash. Then the following time you pay with card. And then you have them like experiment and not be so scared when another Bitcoiner comes and they want to pay with Bitcoin. Another thing is being consistent. I try to ask to the places like you mentioned, like, is there someone that you were talking about, like the Sats market, where you're like, go to 3 places that you go to the most, because they already know you. Like they already saw your face. They're already like, they unconsciously, like they trust you. They know you're not going to scam them. So that would be my advice. Try to build trust and be patient. Sometimes, like for example, on the island, many people here rely a lot on cash, and they have to pay their suppliers. And obviously I can't orange pill the suppliers. So there was a case where a Bitcoiner went to pay. Everything went great. When he went back again, she was like, I haven't had any sales today. Like I can't accept Bitcoin because I actually need like the cash to pay my suppliers. So also be understanding of people's situations. And normally I always offer them a way out, because they don't know Bitcoin all the way. So I try to give them options to, change it to fiat, and 99.9% they will not change it to fiat, because they have to go out of their way to change it. So they end up staying with the Bitcoin and they end up seeing it grow and, you know, lose this fear that it's a scam. Except right now that it's crashing and it's like, everybody wants to kill me right now, but that's okay.
That's okay. This is just hardening them. They get to recycle and they're good. They're good. It's character building. Mike, any observations that you have in terms of new people coming to Bitcoin, either as a merchant or somebody coming to Bitcoin Beach for the first time, spending sats? What has been successful from somebody brand new, and does it change over time for them as they become more well-versed?
Yeah, I think like Isabella was saying, just getting them actually transacting in Bitcoin. I don't know about you guys, but I really remember my first Bitcoin transaction, like that light bulb went off. And then my first Lightning transaction, I mean, it was like that same thing of seeing it like, wow, this is just like immediately, you know, money moving from one place to another without any type of intermediary. And so I think that not expecting every person to become a Bitcoiner, like they don't have to be a Bitcoiner to use Bitcoin. Like I would say, like my wife and my kids are not necessarily Bitcoiners. It's not something that they spend a lot of time with, but they make Bitcoin transactions all the time. And I think we need to be realistic that the vast majority of people are not going to want to think about Bitcoin. They're going to use Bitcoin because they realize it's just easier, it's less hassle, it gives them advantages that fiat doesn't. And so I think that we should actually be happy about that and not try to force everybody to show up for every Bitcoin meetup and to run their own node and to have all this understanding. Obviously, there needs to be a core of people that are doing that, but the vast majority of people are never going to go that route. And, lots of people have used this example before, but, lots of people use email and they don't know how email works, and they don't need to know how email works. They just know that it works for them, and it's a better tool than sending a physical letter. And so I think that we need to be realistic with Bitcoin, that it's going to follow a similar route, that actually the less people have to think about it, that means the more successful that it has become. And so I think that that's what we found is don't overly focus, and then also realize people have their journey. Like all of us, it took us several years to really begin to understand Bitcoin. And so we shouldn't expect that other people are going to get it after a week. Like this is going to be a journey. They're going to make some mistakes, but just getting them down the path, like they'll naturally head down the rabbit hole over time.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody, we're coming to a close on this panel, but I want to give you all the opportunity to maybe do a little bit of like a call to action for the Bitcoiners that you are, that you're kind of witnessing going through their journey, and maybe they're just stuck in that saving mentality, or maybe not, maybe they're dabbling. But what would you tell to the Bitcoiner that maybe hasn't partaken in kind of being in a Bitcoin circular economy, doesn't have anything near them? Where would you guide them? What tools would you suggest? What courses of action would you suggest? And maybe Art, I'll start with you.
Thanks. One thing comes to mind pretty quickly, and this is more for us, folks with a privilege for money that doesn't collapse in front of our eyes, just more slowly, and that's spend and replace. Many people have this fear about losing Bitcoin or using Bitcoin, especially when they're first starting, and they fall in love with the fact that it's designed in a sense for number go up, right? And the spend and replace model is just so easy and snackable, right? It's so actionable that I find that it helps get past that blocker that sometimes exists. I'm going to hand the baton on to next person.
Yeah, Isa, I'm going to go to you. And what would your call to action be for the average Bitcoiner that maybe wants to see Bitcoin grow and become more?
Well, I would just say Bitcoin is money. And if we wanted to live up to its full potential, for us not to depend with intermediaries and third parties and banks and other people, then we need to start treating it as such. You know, some of us are going to be our own banks, and we're going to have, you know, have our own node and everything. And then there's going to be others that are literally just going to use it and use it as a medium of exchange. Everybody's going to have a different Bitcoin journey. And I would say don't be scared to spend it. There has been a lot of Bitcoiners that have come to the island and have spent Bitcoin for the first time. And that's blown me away, because I'm like, guys, we're in 2025. What do you mean? There are places everywhere you go. I want to like challenge everyone to try to find a Bitcoin merchant and spend Bitcoin, because just for that merchant alone to accept Bitcoin is huge. I think it's up to us as a community to make Bitcoin work. You know, it's up to us now. And, you know, sort of like that pizza moment that happened back in like 2010 or 2009 with Laszlo?
Oh, 2010 with the pizza.
2010,
yeah.
The pizza day. If that day wasn't going to happen, some people are like, oh, he should have kept his Bitcoin. If he never spent Bitcoin, it would have never evolved to what it is now, which is a medium of exchange. So I challenge everybody to, I don't know, provide a service or do something so you can get paid in Bitcoin and spend your Bitcoin. It is not that bad. I promise, like, the more you give, the more the universe will give back. Like, we need to get Bitcoin flowing and confuse the IRS. Getting those transactions.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I'd echo that. It's when you start actually utilizing it day to day, it's pretty freeing. I love it. So, Mike, I'll give you the final word. Calls to action for your average Bitcoiner that has yet to become as crazy as the rest of us and utilize it in commerce.
Well, I would just say nothing will allow you to accrue more Bitcoin than moving to a Bitcoin standard, because when you're living on a fiat standard, you spend money like it's trash. You spend it on things that you don't really value because you don't really value the money. Once you move to a Bitcoin standard, you really do like question, you know, what you're going to spend it on. So you're going to spend it on a quality steak, or you're going to spend it on a quality clothing item because it's something that you're willing to exchange your Bitcoin for, but you will actually spend less money, and thus you will wind up with more Bitcoin. So not only are you helping the Bitcoin ecosystem and moving freedom forward, but you are actually increasing the amount of sats that you yourself have. And so that's what I think a lot of people miss. They think they'll wind up with less sats. You wind up with more sats when you move to a Bitcoin standard.
Love to hear it. Awesome. Well, this has been fantastic. We are going to wrap this panel, but you know, after this, so I've been sipping away all evening, doing the fiat thing with my beverage here. But now the true degenerate idiots are going to be joining the panel. I see people back. They're fingering me. Anyways, they are going to be joining the panel, and I'm going to stop being so conservative with my beverage. Anyway, I can see the comments. Everybody's mad at me. Anyways, Isa, Art, Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure, and yeah, keep pushing forward everything you guys are doing. Very excited to see it. So thank you guys, and have a merry.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you,
guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. All right, and everybody, I'm gonna first bring up Nathan here, bring him in before I get the deluge of people mad at me for for calling them degenerate idiots. Nathan, are we in consensus? Degenerate idiots about to come on?
Yes, the army of degenerate idiots is about to join us. The best army of degenerate idiots, the ones that we love, that we talk to the most, that we have our secret back channels and discuss secret Bitcoin things, are going to join us for a round of good times.
A cabal,
if you will. Yes, there's a cabal. There's a secret Bitcoin cabal.
Yeah. There's one degenerate idiot that I would like to have up first, and this man has been involved in many a Christmas special. But Tatum, I want to bring him up first. Wait, there he is. Oh, you look good, sir.
Ooh.
Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we got you. Let me give you the main page. How you doing, man?
I was doing good until you said that we were fingering you. What? Why would you choose that verbiage for me flipping you off?
Canadian thing?
Yeah, it might have been. My friend, I've gone to bat for you. I don't know if you've seen in your Twitter notifications, but I'm trying to make a Christmas miracle happen.
Oh my God, no way.
Yeah, I'm trying. So we're gonna get the audience.
You can stop trying.
No, that's not.
Let's all work together. It's a team effort. Who are we going after?
So here's the thing. Did you just check your?
I have it.
Okay. So I have a call to action for the audience, because I sent Tatum the message and said you got to join the Christmas special towards the end here. And he messaged me, and what he said was, "Can't wait to join the stream and see Aubrey Strobel sitting in there. Imagine." And I said, it could be a Christmas miracle. And then screen capped that. And I said, will a Christmas miracle happen? Will Aubrey Strobel pop into today's Christmas special to tell Tatum to turn up happy holidays? Aubrey, DMs are open. We'll be live for another hour. Hit me up. Tatum would love to hear from you. I think it would be a true Christmas miracle to see you join this. Tatum's very happy I've done this. But would love to.
Yeah, just go ahead and throw our DMs out there. Why not? That's fine.
it's sir, nothing is sacred here. But Tatum, we are going to, before we bring in everybody else that is backstage, we're going to do a quick cut to break. We're going to say a huge shout out to all of the sponsors of the show and everything. And also, we're going to give one more shout out to the Samurai developers and get people to make sure that they sign that petition. And maybe we can secure a pardon if we raise enough noise. Either way, we're going to go down screaming and kicking. So we'll be back in just a moment, but we're going to give a quick shout out to all of the sponsors all in one fell swoop here before we do that.
Who said mush?
Bitcoin Well is the best place to be buying and selling Bitcoin in Canada and the US. And now with Bitcoin Well Infinite, it's also the best place to be making large buys at their OTC desk of over $50,000. Their white glove service gives you fast transactions, no slippage, and the lowest fees. You can scan the QR code on the screen or simply head to bitcoinwell.com/BTC sessions to sign up today. And you can share your own personalized referral link to earn commissions. CoinKite has been in the game for years, creating hands down the best and most secure hardware when it comes to securing your Bitcoin. The Cold Card Q is an absolute powerhouse and my daily driver, and it's ideal for newcomers and advanced users alike. The Tap Signer gives you a low-cost, user-friendly option for those just getting started or for convenience when traveling. You can head to coinkite.com and use code BTC Sessions for discounts, or simply scan the QR code on the screen to get started right away.
Abundant Minds is an Oregon-based husband and wife-owned Bitcoin mining company making Bitcoin mining accessible to investors of all ages and experience levels. Their fully managed white glove service allows you to own all of your own equipment and earn steady Bitcoin-denominated income without lifting a finger. Whether you're starting with 10,000 or 10 million, Abundant Minds is your one-stop shop. No overseas call center, no surprise upcharges. With one-on-one onboarding, consulting, and help navigating both Bitcoin and the Bitcoin mining space at every turn, you can rest easy while Bitcoin flows to you 24/7. Learn more at abundantminds.com.
All right, we are back in, and we're going to start bringing people up. But I do want to quickly call attention to, of course, Samurai developers, Keone reporting in to his sentence as of Friday, I believe. Maybe I'll bring in Nathan here as well. So not ideal. We do not want open source developers going to prison. And yeah, so what can you do? You can head over, and maybe I'll bring up the QR code really quick. You can head over, you can sign this petition, and try and get more attention on the case, and perhaps secure a pardon. But also the families have been financially wiped out through all of the legal mess here. And so if you want to contribute, you can also do this from the website. It is Bill and Keone. That is KEONNE.org. And you can find everything there, or you can just scan that QR code on the screen. So maybe we'll get a Christmas miracle out of this. So please do check it out.
Yeah, thank you, Bean.
Yeah. You're welcome. You're very welcome. And with that, I think maybe it's time we start bringing some people in here. So, of course, we'll bring back Tatum. You're welcome. I'm enjoying the attire. You know, it's spicing things up.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me unmirror my camera.
Oh, there we go.
You can read the hat.
What? I can't even see what it said. Hold on. Legalize. And
welcome to that.
Gets shut down. Great. Thanks for the. Why did I ask? Oh, amazing. Okay. All right. So let's just start bringing people in. Want to bring in, of course, Gary. Gary, good to see you. Whatever you're eating, I hope it's delicious.
It is salami. Thank you.
Perfect.
Lovely. Good old Christmas salami.
All right, perfect. Well, let's just bring them all in really quick here. I'm going to bring in Joey, Walker, Brandon, and Cedric. Gentlemen, happy holidays. Welcome to the part of the show.
Walker, my dad.
Hey there, son. I was told this was a podcaster's session, which is, I guess, Tatum finally admitting he is a Bitcoin podcaster. Is that true?
No.
I'm really shocked about it. Like, I got to say, Ben, like, we've been friends for a few years. The fingering thing caught me off guard. And then you sent the DM to the e-girl, and then you made him show his hat about eating ass in the same, like, it was like 3 minutes. That was a hot 3 minutes, man.
Tatum's back, baby.
I mean, if that doesn't shut down a stream, maybe I've been wrong about censorship.
Yeah, but you teach about freedom money, and then you're out of here. But legalize eating ass, am I right, guys?
Amazing. Joey, how are you? Happy holidays.
Great, man. It's good to see you guys. There is by the way, a secret Bitcoin back channel chat. That's only half a joke. It's where Nate shows us the latest breaking, changes everything thumbnails and YouTube tricks.
Most advice is add more flames.
Yeah.
You guys, you can't tell them about the secret chat.
Sorry.
Yeah, damn it.
First rule
Not
of the
secret. You tell them about it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, monkey's out of the bottle now, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Walker, how are you? I played your more talented wife's wonderful piece of content at the beginning of the show.
Nice.
Great new Christmas jingle, but I did enjoy your upside down chin.
You know, the chin has become a staple. I'm doing well, and you know, there's a reason my wife is my better half, right? You know, I'm just along for the ride here, you know. But yeah, it's, you know, anytime you can sing about wait, I'm not allowed to swear on this stream, right?
Keep it PG. Whatever the fuck you want, man. It's if it gets canceled at this point.
Whatever I want.
Fun part. Oh, yes.
Okay, no. Okay, I'll hold it
you
back.
wish for,
you know,
bitch,
anytime
man.
you can basically sing about fucking the state, it's, you know, it's a good day. And just the absolute fucking totalitarian twats over there at the EU and the UK and a few within our own government are just, if we don't make fun of them, who will, right? We cannot let their absurdity go unmocked, in my opinion.
I was a little sad that she skipped over Carney. You know, maybe he can make it into the next year Christmas jingle.
We just only did stuff about just like major nations, though, so that's why we just kind of left Canada out. You know?
Yeah, who cares about that shit?
We just sovereign nations, basically. You know, is the one,
Okay, that's fair.
Oh man,
fair. Cedric, how are you? It's good to see you. I saw that you were on the streamathon last night with Keone. That was awesome. I wish I could have made it in, but Nathan, I'm glad that you were able to make it in as well. How'd everything go?
it was good. I wish we were there to support Tatum in legalizing eating ass. We didn't get that out last night. I'm still wondering where you got the hat, Tatum. Like, were you online? Like, I need to legalize eating ass hat.
I want to see the face of the
That's
person
my
that had to
thing.
make your hat. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, were you at the courtroom and you were like, there was like a lot of activists there, and this was the hat that was
Listen,
selling?
this is I don't fight for many causes, but this is one that's very near and dear to my heart. And I
have you run
I'm
up to a
gonna
lot
stop
of
there.
friction in this area with the law?
Lots of friction.
I mean, interesting choice of words there.
Yeah, like fingering. You're not exempt from this.
We got the
I do like the
hashtag
va-
going for Tatum. So like hashtag do it for Tatum is going right now. And I see Satwise is already sending that out. So let's keep it going, guys. Much appreciated.
Wow.
Amazing.
What is, does Kalshi have odds on? Who's it?
Why
Aubrey
do we
coming
not have
on?
a prediction market about Tatum and Aubrey at this point? It's only been going on for like a decade.
Yeah, I mean, I would be it would be the greatest Christmas miracle of all if we were able to get Aubrey in here to wish.
I would
Tatum.
probably shit myself genuinely, just
Wow.
letting you know.
Wow.
Well, she'd love that, I'm sure.
Brandon's laughing.
Yeah,
He's like, come on.
great first impression.
Oh man,
not first, but
Well, you know, we can hope. So if you're out there, on my Twitter, find that tweet. Make sure you tag her and hashtag do it for Tatum. I believe the 4 is a number 4, so make sure you get it right, because otherwise the algos won't pick it up.
Critical.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Brandon, I also want to say Merry Christmas. How you doing, man?
Yeah, Merry Christmas to all you guys. You're phenomenal, doing very well. It was great to see some of you guys, and Cedric, thanks for really doing the handling the Keone stuff yesterday. That was awesome. So Bitcoiners doing Bitcoiner things, and it's just good to see everyone coming together for a real cause, which is Keone's cause, but all of us too. So I mean, that was very cool. I think that's kind of a turning point, I think, that the community needed, and we're gonna do it.
What do you say to people who say
Guys,
that?
she liked the tweet.
Oh boy.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh boy.
Check the
Here we
DMs.
go.
Check the DMs. He's going back off camera.
Super
Get
serious
changed. Get a shirt
conversation.
on. Get something on.
Oh,
Is he okay?
there's a
He's
reply.
smoking a joint.
There's a reply. She replied, haha, I'm at dinner with friends in New York. Not
Thank
sure if I can
God.
pop on until later. So you're telling me there's a FaceTime?
Wow.
She can FaceTime in.
The you up. Wow. Damn.
You can FaceTime. You can
Tatum, why don't you tell her you got some
Does
friends
she have a
here
flip
too,
phone?
buddy?
Yeah, let's just bring this conversation into a fancy New York restaurant. That's exactly
I'm in.
what I'm sure she's keen on.
can't wait for her to see my hat.
What is the background of this like joke? Is there like what I feel like I'm missing something here.
Have you not been paying attention to this whole saga? I mean, it's
Listen,
been-
I'm busy. I don't have time for this. There's a guy on the top corner of the stream. He's got a vest on, no shirt. His hat's about eating ass, and I'm supposed to know about the inside joke. There's too many of them. I'm looking at this whole stream here and wondering what the fuck is going on now.
What do you mean joke? This isn't a joke.
By the way, the DM with the link was sent, so there's.
Oh my god!
Oh,
so now it's
boy.
just a
boy.
matter of if it happens, it happens.
So who gets to see it? You can see the guest room there, or the backstage, or can we all see it?
Oh no. When she comes on, she will immediately be on the screen.
That's hilarious. That's
Whatever
so
the
funny.
conversation
There's
is,
a direct link.
just on, and it could be an absolute disaster.
Could be.
I have
Likely.
I have inadvertently
Oh,
ruined
man.
this woman's life because there's so many people that just continually tag me in like her post and then like will tag her under my post. Like there were a couple people I had to DM. I'm like, hey, I don't know who you are. I guarantee you she doesn't know who you are. Stop tagging me in all these like simpy posts and stuff. But then I'll get drunk and then do it myself, and that's okay. But
Did you try the Ackman? What did he say?
I did, and it worked. It worked. Yes, I sure did. I said,
Yeah,
"May I
the
meet
can
you
I
at
meet-
Aubrey
yeah.
Strobel?" She said yes.
Super.
It was probably one of my highest performing tweets of 2025.
That's big.
It's
That's
important,
big.
you know, in this holiday season to take a moment and be grateful for things. And I'm really grateful that I'm not in the dating market because what Tatum's going through right now is
I
just
know.
absolutely
I
awful.
Brother.
Amen to that.
It is bad out here.
Oh man.
Said, where are you recording
Praying
from?
for
Are
you.
you like in your tool shed there? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm in my swamp shed here.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Man cave.
I'm gonna eventually maybe get the wall done.
I kind of
In time.
like it
It
without,
looks good.
honestly.
It might
Walls
be
in
the
this
brand.
economy? I don't
Yeah,
think
there's
so.
that too. If you
That
have it
just
too
need to hang
long,
with
it's
your
what you'll
AR
expect.
behind it. Yeah, there you go.
Get a samurai sword or something. Kinda
Exactly. Yeah,
tinker it
exactly.
Up a little bit. Start wearing a beanie.
They are.
Never take it off.
Men will live like this and think that it's okay.
It's a toque, my friend. It's a toque.
Yeah, right.
Oh God, we do this every year.
By the way, we haven't heard from Gary about the eating ass hat. I'm sure he's got a comment or two about it.
I'm gonna go change my hat.
I've never tried it myself.
The hat?
You're a selfish man.
I've never tried wearing a hat. Yes. I mean, the other hole is delicious.
Oh no,
but
what's
I've
he got
never
here?
tried-
There's another hat. He changed
What's
hats. What does
happening?
that one say now?
This one just says explore Wyoming National Forest.
That might
Just
have
like,
been to start
imagine
with.
somebody
We could've
tuning
led
into the
with
stream
that.
who's like Bitcoin live stream for Christmas. That's great. I'd love to learn about Bitcoin.
If they were,
Man, I've been really thinking about how inflation is going up. And there's got to be a life raft.
There must be some real deep thinkers in this Bitcoin space. Wonder what they'll be talking about. Austrian economics, or what'll it be? Privacy tech.
So about the other hole.
yeah.
Okay. I'll pivot.
I was gonna go to Urban Dictionary and see what Wyoming forest meant. Just
Joey,
look,
look,
mistakes
what
later.
Wyoming forest meant. I'm gonna take a second. We'll serious for a second. I'll start with Brandon. Everybody. In terms of the year's almost wrapped up here, man. It's been a lot of fun. We've had a ton of adventures. We got to meet up at the Canadian Bitcoin Conference, which is great. From the Bitcoin space, or even just you being in it, what was your highlight of the last year, man? And it can't be Tatum's hat.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, we do have some Canucks here, so I do have to say that we did win the USA Canada hockey game again. So that was.
It's not fair. You're a ringer. We need.
It's not even a game if you play, man.
Yeah, I will say, listen, that was the most
American
game I've ever seen. What was it? 3 seconds before the entire rink was fighting. That's
that
that's
game.
American.
Yeah, you're talking about the World Cup or whatever. Yeah.
Was that
was
a
a fun
different
one.
Canada? Oh, never mind.
No,
Sorry.
at the as Brandon's frozen here, we had at the Canadian Bitcoin Conference, the Canada versus USA game of shinny there, but it's the deck's a little bit stacked against us for the Canucks, and we need Joey. We got to bring somebody in.
We don't have a lot of horses, man. We got I think a good team like in an actual shinny match, but our goalie is a nuclear engineer. The average age on our team is definitely got a 4 handle on it, and so yeah, I don't think we have a big chance. Plus, Brandon played in the NC2As. Come on, he showed. I said at the conference. I think he only comes.
Canadian to call it NC2As. Y'all don't call it NCAA.
I call it I've called it NCAA, NC2A.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I don't know. Whatever. Yeah.
I've never heard it called NC2A in my life.
That threw me so off guard.
He played college puck, and so this guy shows up at the rink. He's got he's probably got 2 sets of skates in his bag. That's the tell, right? How many sets of skates you got there, Brandon? You got 2 in the bag?
Only 1 in the bag that day.
Only 1 in the bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got figure skates in there too.
Figure skates. Brought 3 sticks though.
See,
Of
there
course
you
he
go.
did.
There you go. There you go. No, we never win. We haven't won that game in either year, and both times it wasn't close. So, but it's about the friends you make along the way. That's what we say. We lose 9-0. That's what we say.
Very polite and Canadian of you.
That's why I'm in Bitcoin. A lot of people didn't like that conference, by the way. A lot of the Americans didn't like it.
And if people haven't been to Quebec City or Montreal, you gotta go. Just awesome cities. Gosh, they're so cool.
Oh, Canada's on my 2026 calendar now. Finally.
Oh, they're
nice. Good, Tatum.
I'm just saying, Alberta, Bitcoin Rodeo. No, I mean, I'm not trying to steal the thunder from.
That's where I'm going. Do you? Wait, we need to talk off camera.
Okay, I've heard rumblings. I know what's in development there. I had a DM asking me what I thought about it, and obviously I loved it. So yeah, we might be seeing you in perhaps even by then the independent state of Alberta.
Wow.
I support the free Alberta movement as an American.
What do you think of that?
Me?
Yeah,
Go for it, Joey. Why not?
I mean, I hope you guys do it, to be honest with you, but don't do it before I move there. Just wait another
I feel
year
like
or so.
we have some sort of a passport program for people who don't suck.
Dude, there's
Sending
like,
some mail to Ben's house and say you live here.
God, I know. Dave Bradley apparently has a place where you can smoke inside, unheard of here in Ontario. So I'd love to go
Sir,
there and rip a stove.
That doesn't exist.
What, the secret basement?
Shut up.
There is no secret anything. I don't know what
There's no
you're talking
secret.
about.
There's no secret cigar shop. There's no secret Bitcoiners podcast.
He,
chat. None of
where
these
where
things
is he
exist.
these days? He's been quiet the last little while. What's he up to?
Oh, he's around. He
Yeah.
actually asked me to go for a cigar last night, but it was just I'm dying from jet lag. So I declined, but I'm sure I will be having a cigar with him very soon.
I called him David Bailey to his face.
Wow.
In New York.
I'm sure he loved that.
On purpose?
It was completely accidentally. I was on a FaceTime call or something and said, "Oh yeah, I'm just here with David Bailey," and he goes, "What?" And I was like, all right, I'll see you. I'm never going to talk to you ever again. Sorry, man.
So invited you to Calgary, which is impressive. So good for you.
Yeah. That conference is good, The Calgary one. I'm gonna try and go this year, I think, as long as I don't have another baby on my.
It's just, again, you get out here. Also, everybody attending is like such a based fuck the state. Like, we're gonna have our independence and we're gonna, eat steak and drill oil and all that kind of stuff.
It's different speed out there, man, for sure. Yeah, the Montreal guys. I mean, you guys know the French guys out here, the separatistes. Like, they fucking hate the state too for a different reason entirely. Yeah. And they're like hardcore. I saw Francis on here earlier looking like a character out of Vice City.
Yeah.
I love that. I honestly can't believe that guy. He's great.
If I could just live my life as free as Francis,
it's great.
I don't know.
I yearn for that.
He's great.
He is the ultimate. Yeah.
He's every Bitcoin spirit animal.
He's
exactly.
He's got some great stories too. That guy from the last few years. Yeah. He's had some fun for sure.
Yeah. You should absolutely come out to Calgary. We're doing it late June. And it's just, again, like proximity to the mountains. Like after the conference, we all just go out to Banff and just have a hell of a time. We see people in the chat saying it was a good time. It is a pretty solid place too. Like it's more of a tight knit, like kind of smaller event, but everybody there is just pretty based and it's a good time. So
it's awesome. You get to drink Ben's booze. It's fantastic. He'll invite you over for a party. So Walker, I expect to see you there. Brandon, you're going to make it out. Joey, you're going to make it out. Cedric, I expect you. It's a long flight from Florida, but you're going to come too, I think, for the Bitcoin rodeo. We're going to make this one fantastic and have a big bonfire in Ben's backyard.
There are direct.
Why was my name not mentioned in there?
Sorry, Tatum. I thought you were already coming.
Yeah.
Which, again, phrasing, sorry.
We still doing phrasing.
I just wanted to feel included, and you turned it into something so much worse, man.
That's good shit. There's a guy getting mad about the simp talk in the chat. I didn't realize you could see the chat here. You guys don't get out much. Fully simp gooner vibes.
Yeah, nice, you're damn right.
Can we pull up that room chat?
I saw that. And I just
was it about the Francis simping?
Oh, shit.
No. You wish it, but no.
It was about the Aubrey stuff.
There's some interesting contests being proposed in the chat for anybody who's watching the live stream. But I'll get it back on track for a second here. So Walker, tell me, what did you love about 2025 in Bitcoin?
Good luck.
I love the sideways choppy price action revealing everyone who's a little bitch. That's what I liked. I liked all of the pointless fucking infighting, all of the delightful drama because Bitcoin was so boring price-wise that people had to feel some sort of meaning. They had to feel alive by inventing some drama. And I like the fact that now everybody's at least rallying behind something that actually matters, which is the Samurai case and getting Keone and Bill pardoned. Because after a year of people being at each other's throats and everyone accusing everyone of being a bad actor for having a different software implementation than they do, which is just frankly retarded, I think it's nice to see. Can I say retarded on here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, too late now. Said it twice. there we go. But I think it's great that now people are after all of this chop, and I hope we keep chopping because there are going to be so many rage quits, revealing all the people who did not actually perhaps think about the long-term implications of Bitcoin and what it actually means to have a uncensorable, unfuckable, unconfiscatable money.
Yeah.
I think it's really beautiful because now we have the people that actually do give a shit about that, rallying behind a good cause, which is get these boys free, get them a pardon, make sure that I pray that they do not spend any time in jail. And if they do, I pray that it is very short-lived. So yeah, I liked the chop because the sideways chop shows you who the real Bitcoiners are who aren't just tourists.
Yeah. You mentioned rage quit there. Can I just give a tip of the hat to the sweetest rage quit I've seen in quite some time, a true chef's kiss. So tip of the hat to Mike Brock.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
baby!
boy.
I knew that was going.
Can we chat about this a little bit? Mike Brock rage quit.
You
Have
mean
guys
Mike
read it?
sucked my cock? That was.
He doesn't even have his camera on. He's like he's ripping a bowl.
my
He has to
camera-
stop to,
My
to
camera
make sure he gets
died,
it on.
and I'm running Linux and can't figure out how to make my other camera work.
This is.
Oh, you're so cool. You run Linux.
I hate the
Wow.
Linux. The Linux maxi guys are just they're honestly worse than Mike Brock. I would say. Like, if you ever Tatum, if the Linux maxi guys ever found themselves in legal trouble, there'd be no QR code. Okay, for you guys, you would just be rotting behind bars for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
Damn. I hate this.
Oh my gosh.
Running Arch, by the way. Shut up. You can't even use your camera. All right,
Yeah.
hold on. I'm going to leave and I'll come back. Y'all keep
Yeah, okay, Tim.
Someone, I'm
You're
looking
good.
at Mike Brock right now, but somebody fill me in on the story. I think I found a tweet here.
He tweeted, but he wrote like a blog, of course, about it. My read on the blog was people I don't like use Bitcoin.
Yeah,
that was the summation of it in my view. But I'll let you. Who else read his blog post?
I read some of it. I just want
to.
to point out too that like bad physiognomy on this guy as well. Like doesn't look very healthy, and so make of this what you will, but tells you something. I think I this is the case all the time. By the way, I'm not just imagining this.
This guy, Joey?
There we go.
There he is. Yeah.
Yep. Something's a little bit off there. I would agree with that. Right, let's continue.
I think the problem is when you try to make Bitcoin like your thing, and that you can only use Bitcoin this way, and only these types of people should use Bitcoin. And if people that I don't like start adopting Bitcoin, that must mean that Bitcoin is captured, Bitcoin has failed, it's compromised. There are bad actors everywhere. Mike Brock essentially just has a more verbose version of the Knots argument, is what it really comes down to. Like, I'm sure Mike Brock is running Knots here. I jest, guys. I jest. He's probably not.
Yeah, me
running a
too,
node
you
at all.
son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's awesome. You should run whatever you want. I don't care. I do not care. And it's
Still
like,
friends. Still
I
friends.
know. I love you, man. But no, I like anytime you use, like, you should be able to say things simply and get your point across. And if you can't, you probably don't have a very good point. Like, if you can't boil it down to just some basic fucking words to say what it is, then maybe your point isn't that strong. And as soon as he came out and he was like, Bitcoin is for fascists, and it's like, he thought it was this mic drop moment. Like, yeah, Bitcoin's for fascists.
Never heard that before.
I got you. I got you guys. Got you good. It's like, yeah, it's for fascists, and it's for communists, and it's for anarchists, and it's for Democrats and Republicans, and it's for Antifa, and it's for the Proud Boys, and it's for literally fucking everyone. It's for anyone who wants to take the time to learn about it. Trying to put your little labels on it and make it your little thing, your little pet project to show just how enlightened you are. And you use all your big $5 words. Oh boy, you must be smart, young man. You're going places. It's like, man, just you don't matter as much as you think you do. And once you realize that, it's very freeing. But until you go through that moment of ego death, you will forever be a victim of your own delusions of grandeur. So look at me using words like delusions and grandeur. Oh,
I was saying, I think I can
should
sum that up very successfully as stay humble, stack sats. I think that's about where we're going with that.
There you go.
Diedrich, did you see any wonderful people kind of what would you call it, rage quitting? Any terrible takes on Twitter this year? Anybody we should poke fun at?
Luke Roman.
Yeah, I know. I like him a lot too.
Oh, shit.
What happened? I don't know if that was a rage quit though.
No, that was
You know
like
what
that was a fiat, like I'm repositioning,
Quiet
I'm
quitting.
rebalancing.
But like he's one of these guys who's been so bullish, and now he's just another one going. I'll buy back in at what do you say, 40K or something?
40K.
Give me a break, man. Said
We all know it's only going to 58K. It's not going all the way
I
to
know.
40.
That's the
So,
floor. That's the floor.
You know,
Yeah.
it's a
Very
magnet.
true.
God, good. That's a good one, said.
Yeah, that's
Really
so
good.
true.
It just reveals, and I really like. I did a podcast with Luke. I really like him too. He's a wonderful human being. I get it. He's got a ton of stuff on his plate. It's a great newsletter. I'm sure he's not looking at everything. But what was so disappointing was like, okay, tourist. Like, you get the argument for sound money, kind of, but you're just another tourist. 2025 felt a little bit like the year of a lot of tourists.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, everybody. It's funny because the early narrative was, more or less, the institutions are here. They don't F around. They don't like buy and then dump. They don't move. It's the exact same as everybody else. Like, people are just as fickle that, oh, it's quantum. I got to dump. It's quantum. It's like,
it's so dumb.
it's all the same shit. Like, people that are running these institutions are basically the same as like the retail degens of cycles past. We're just seeing it at a grander scale. It's pretty wild, actually.
Yeah.
Could
The
you
Luke
imagine?
one freaked me out a little bit because for a second, because I'm like, damn, like I've talked to Luke at length. He knows his shit. Like he's an incredibly sharp guy and has so much of a better handle on all of these different macro things than I do. But it's one of those things where maybe me being a little bit dumber than him, and I am, maybe that's actually a little bit helpful because, like it goes back to like the birth of the HODL meme, and it is HODL, not HODL. Everybody's been saying HODL. You've been saying it wrong. You can look at the video of the guy who the guy who wrote the initial post said HODL because you don't hold something, you hold it. So you HODL it. Anyway, I digress.
You probably say GIF too.
You and your 5 hour
I bet you do, Tatum. Anyway, moral of the story, it's like you can spot the highs and the lows, piff, pop, fiffy, wang, wang, wong. Like, nope, I'm just going to be in the market. Like, you're not going to get my coins because I'm never going to be selling them. I will spend and replace them, but I'm not selling them. And you should spend your Bitcoin and then replace it.
Yeah.
And of course, tell the IRS.
Always
such
tell the IRS.
Between eating ass and Walker winking at the IRS, this is just going swimmingly.
There's actually no taxable event if you just replace it immediately. It's the same.
Replace then spend. Exactly.
Just don't pay your taxes.
Is that true? I'm pretty sure there's still some kind of disposition rule. I'm looking at Sed. I think Sed knows. I'm pretty sure there's still a disposition rule. It's like a 90-day or 30-day or something like that.
There's no wash sale rule.
Oh, the wash sale, yeah.
Wash sale rule doesn't apply.
Get rid of that.
Not doesn't apply to Bitcoin.
It
really?
does in Canada.
It does in Canada.
Of course it does. That
Oh.
makes the most sense of anything I've ever heard.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys.
You guys and your British crown.
Thank you for your sympathies.
Can I quote Francis Pouliot for a second? He had a fantastic tweet, and he said something to the effect, and I'm not condoning this by any means, of course, I'm a good citizen, but Francis Pouliot tweeted out, and he said something to the effect of, if you're worried that purchasing a T-shirt or whatever he said, whatever the good was, if you're worried that your coffee purchase will trigger a capital gains event, have you tried not being such a fucking pussy?
Here. That's a quote of 2025.
That's a take.
Love it.
Ben, I remember I watched recently. I was looking for a clip of something I said, and it was on a Why Are We Bullish? And at the end of one of them, I was like, and just in case, not that I would ever, want to fake my own death or anything like that, but and then I just continued to like explain how to fake your own death.
It's great. This is one for the ages. We'll save that.
How about Steve Hankey? That guy. You got me on this thing of like people are raging.
He's great.
Man.
They're new. Hankey.
Yeah.
I have a whole list. I have a whole list on Twitter of like 100 people. It just says check on. So like check up on them. Are they alive? Are they okay? And so like just over time, he's like going that list and like, okay, what is this moron? The great Martise, Peter Spina, Peter Schiff, Steve Hankey, the Mike Brock. Like, are you guys okay? So
you do wellness checks? Like, what do you call like their local PD?
Yeah, wellness check,
like, check this
hey,
guy
Peter,
out.
how you doing? Yeah. Oh yeah. Say a little prayer for him.
pal.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
No gold bugs ever
here
sent
when
a
you
PD
need
to my house
when you
like
need us.
that.
Yep. Simple.
Yeah, it's funny. There's very seldom the fiatter that will like bookmark a tweet and be so confident to come back on it later, because if they did, given enough time, you would have the clapback tweet from the clapback tweet. Like I will bookmark some. If somebody pisses me off in an interaction, I will bookmark that shit and I'll set a calendar event a certain period of time in the future.
I think I have on December 31st. I actually have several reminders to check in with people who told me the price. And wait.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait.
You're gonna have to get back to them in another 4 or 5 years.
2026, December 31. There you go.
Yeah. Bump forward. Yeah. But
I missed that reminder. Sorry.
Yeah. The funny thing is, given enough time, again, like the Peter Schiff framed tweet that I have, it just continues to age like fine wine. And so like, Schiff gets to do a bit of a victory lap, every time Bitcoin dips like
and
half
he takes that lap.
Yeah, but again, like this will continue. I read this. This is probably the most read tweet on a podcast of all time, over and over and over, by me specifically. But I'm going to read it anyways. This from January 6th.
Doesn't have it on his wall. Just keeps it handy.
No, it's
on his person at any given time.
Wall too far away.
It's got to be within arm's distance. Framed in gold, by the way.
Nice.
For those Bitcoin bugs excited about Bitcoin's 4% rally in 2020, think about this. Hashtag gold is also up by about the same percentage this year, only with significantly less downside risk. If this is the best rally Bitcoin can muster, how will it ever hit 50K, let alone 1 million?
Okay, Ben, you know that on his podcast feed, you can go back to like 2014. And I did it the other day. He had a Bitcoin like thing in the show notes. And he's talking about like Bitcoin crashing at 300. It's done. It's done. Bitcoin's, man, he can't help himself. That's like a shtick at this point. It's amazing. This guy's been doing it for so long. The commitment's been unbelievable.
Who's the guy who made that video? It's like, don't invest in Bitcoin because if you look right here, it was $2. And it went all the way. It just kept going.
And then it crashed.
It crashed all the way to $86,000.
I've met that dude. He's great. He's super awesome. He's I think from Vancouver or something. But yeah, it was Alex.
Of course, he's Canadian.
I think one of the things that's amazing about Bitcoin is that it showed me just how many base Canadians there were.
Yeah.
And I never thought it was, I didn't realize.
Yeah, but
I realized, wow. We do have a lot of Americans living up there.
Got the hell out of Dodge. Jeff early this year was like, fuck that. Like left.
I think a lot of us are thinking about it now more than ever, just because you can't fight it now. There's too much momentum. Even where Ben is, like the great west side of the country there.
Yeah.
It's hard, man, but I think the Bitcoiners are going to end up leaving, and then you're going to wind up with even more brain drain than you already have. And after that starts, like there's really no coming back from that.
Yeah,
I completely agree, Joey. I get the question from my wife all the time. Like I orange pilled her and I showed her all these things, and she's like, "Great, when are we getting the fuck out?" It seems like the only option here is to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
It's I think this is again something everybody has to consider. Like my wife got her second passport just through lineage. I don't have anything good to fall back on there, so I have to look at other options and kind of see what the best path could be. But also, like we're now having the conversation, like myself and my wife is how bad does it have to get? Like where is
your signpost? That's right.
Yeah. Because otherwise you're the frog in the boiling pot. And I would argue that I should have had this conversation. We should have had this conversation way early, because that
I mean, even the truckers, the signpost.
That's a big one. That's a big one. There's bigger ones here, said like the day-to-day life is getting bad here in some places. Getting bad.
I mean, when you like, you can calculate out like based on not only what your income taxes are, but like where all the other taxes come from. And like, I think the average person, the average and like the median wage, something like that, it nets out to, no matter what, you're pretty much paying half. Like just as the average person, like you get your income and it might be taxed at 30-something%, but then all of the additional things, like half of the whatever it is, like
gas, liquor, you want to the dart, you want to buy a ass-eating hat, no more tax on that.
Yeah, those are taxed heavily.
Gary and I ran the numbers at some point too, and even like without the taxes priced in USD, I think it's something like the average American salary is in the 80s and the Canadians is in the 50s.
I believe
like
that.
we've just been getting, like we've stayed flat while America's gotten richer, and we're just getting poorer every year.
You guys know the per capita numbers, not to turn this into a fucking stats pod, but it's hard to ignore it because the poorest, quote unquote, poorest US states are fucking richer than like Ontario, BC, you know? That's hard. That's a tough pill to swallow, man. That's a really tough pill to swallow.
Baby. Are you guys as poor as Europe though? Or
the Euro poors and Euro tards are on a different level, but we're trending to that level, I would say.
Yep.
10 years, 12 years, maybe max.
We're trying to emulate it. That's.
I mean, our PM spends all his time there, Walker. He doesn't like Trump, so he spends his time with the Euro poors. It's like an incredible sight to see.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah, we'll be
backwards.
getting drafted for Ukraine. Will probably be what's coming up next.
I can't wait. I can't wait to die for my culture-free economic zone. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Oh my God, that was a bar.
I can't wait. I stole that from something on Twitter. I don't remember what I saw.
Oh man, you should have just went with it.
Nah,
Just played it off as
I
your own.
can't.
We all thought it was cool. Now it's not as cool.
I'm now like the vibe has been harsh, and I am upset.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I want to know, Gary, you were down to PubKey recently. You were there. Nat was doing her book launch and everything. You popped in there. How were all the festivities? That was a while. That was in November, if I'm not mistaken. But how was everything?
Yeah, man, it was neat. A lot of people showed up. The place was packed, like just front to back. You couldn't even move around. And she was there. Everybody had a good time. Met some folks here. Larry Lepard was there. Hung with him for a skosh.
Yeah.
It's PubKey. If you ever been, it's a tiny dive bar, and everybody was having a fine time. And, whatever.
And Joey, I have a terrible idea. We open a PubKey in Alberta.
How big is PubKey, Gary? Like square footage wise, it looks small.
I don't know. I can't do the math. I measure everything based on like my penis length, so I have to do 6 inches, 6 inches, 6 inches, like all the way
Dude,
down.
that is so many penis. Actually, actually not that many.
It was clearly a 1,700 by 1,300 cocks.
It looks tiny in the pictures. I saw the pictures of
square cock.
It's very dive bar-y. Like it's more long though because they have their event room in the back.
It's more long than wide. Yeah, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
What it lacks in length, it makes up.
Exactly.
Like one of those chubby pops or whatever. Yeah.
Okay,
when we were kids.
And everyone who's at PubKey just has the best personality, and they're really nice guys.
How was it? You guys have had some crazy people. I say you guys, but like that bar has had some crazy people there. Kernan, Besant was there. Besant was it? Whatever. Like a month ago.
Wait, hold on.
Showed up
on
to,
this panel
he was at DC PubKey.
Oh, DC PubKey. Okay. Damn, there's two of them. I didn't even know that. See,
Walker, did you know that he was there at DC PubKey? Did
I had
you
no
tweet
idea.
about it?
No, I didn't tweet about it. Nope.
I could have sworn you did.
Tatum, son, that's enough. That's enough.
Let me just go ahead and search over here. What if
we should open.
The
DC one is new. That was the opening of the DC one, and now they're talking about. They asked for where the next one is. I said Gary, Indiana, Cotter, Arkansas, Hot Coffee, Mississippi, and Midland, Texas.
Why not Nashville?
Well, because someone would expect that.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever even heard of any of those places?
I mean, normally you open businesses where people are expecting to patronize them. I think I've never done it, but that'd be my guess. Nashville looks great. Like that. Would you like Bitcoin Park over there? Looks fucking awesome.
It's pretty.
I still haven't been to Park. But
no. What about the space in Denver? You guys have so many cool.
Oh
places.
yeah, wait. I talk about the space.
Yeah,
the space is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm excited to go back in February, and everyone should be on the lookout to come to Heat Punk in Denver. I think it's in February this year. It's basically the cool, fun tinkers in Bitcoin mining, just bringing their toys. We had 3 hot tubs last year that were heated by 2 S19s in immersion, and all 300-gallon takes were over 110 Fahrenheit. Don't want to ask me what that is in Celsius.
40. There you go. I already got you covered.
But it maintained that, and there was snow all over the ground, and I was like, I'm printing money and also relaxing in a hot tub outside.
It is sick. It is sick. Do you have a miner, Ben, Nate? Like you guys out there? No,
I do, but I gotta upgrade mine because I'm still heating my garage with an S9, and that's getting expensive. But I'm cheap as all hell, but it works.
Call 256 and get one.
I got to bug Twan to make it happen. Actually, quick question for my wonderful American friends. I'm gonna take advantage of this here. If I was going to move to the U.S., where the hell should we go?
Yeah,
I guess that depends. Are you okay with winter or not? Because that'll like filter out like half.
My wife hates it, but I'm okay with it. So let's go for max sovereignty, kind of max freedom, or like where you think the ideal Bitcoiner area, regardless of weather.
Ooh.
Oh, I was going to start talking about where the best food
Nashville
is. So you're looking at
Nashville South.
Yeah, like probably like. Yeah, especially if like you gotta basically filter out like every state along the Canadian border if you want to get away from the cold. So yeah, I mean you get down into
coast.
yeah Yeah, and you can't go to California. They ruined that whole state. So like, it's just they get the most amazing state ever. Like California has everything, and
Also,
they just
objectively
rat
the
fuck
best
it with
flag.
politics. Just unreal. But yeah,
I think that's downplaying it, Walker. It looks like a goddamn war zone.
yeah. I mean, everything's okay if you have enough money, right? So like that's why the politicians don't mind it. But yeah, for the rest of people, I think people are getting pretty tired of it, honestly. But California's sweet.
Florida?
It's a beautiful state.
Yeah. Florida, you know what? I've got a soft spot for Florida. I quite liked it. Actually, you know, I drove like the Keys to the Everglades, all that beautiful around there. You know, don't get eaten by a croc or anything like that, but
Gator.
yeah,
A lot of Bitcoiners in
Fraser,
Miami.
the alligator.
Florida
Miami,
generally.
yeah.
Yeah, there are crocs in the Everglades and the Keys.
Yeah, it
Not
was.
as many.
I quite liked it. It was a really nice drive, checking it out and everything. I've
It's amazing.
been down
That
there.
drive from like Key West to the Everglades or Miami. It's pretty wild. The 7-mile bridge.
Yeah, super cool. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, all those islands disappear if there's 4 feet of sea level rises 4 feet.
Yeah,
but it's epic.
Yeah.
Great fishing.
By the way,
I
if
guess
you
we all
want to hear
better
more
stop
about
driving cars. The ocean doesn't rise.
Yeah, better not buy beachfront property. By the way, I had this
Shut it down.
pulled up, so I want to make sure I had it with you. For those that haven't checked out his work before, we've got the Bitcoin Matrix podcast QR code here. So make sure you scan that, subscribe to the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. And of course, he's covered up by it right now, but Brandon Gentile. Let's make sure we subscribe to Brandon Gentile on YouTube. You got the QR code right there. Check it out. Wonderful phrase. Somebody scanned it. That's damn right. Sign up for everybody who's hanging out.
It was me. It was me. I didn't know.
Was it
Brandon
really?
had a YouTube channel, yeah.
You were subscribed to Brandon beforehand? What the hell,
I thought
Joey?
it was playable characters. What happened to that?
Yeah, I saw you change the name, so we'll
man.
talk more about that in a
The
second.
name of the channel.
Oh,
okay.
Don't
All
forget,
right.
we've got the Bitcoin podcast with Walker. You can scan that QR code right there, and you can sign up for the Bitcoin podcast with Walker. And last but not least, we've got Len Show with his co-host Joey, the Canadian Bitcoiners podcast. Scan that QR code, sign up for the boys, check everything out. They're awesome.
You know,
I scanned my own QR code.
I mean, the Between Two ASICs podcast is pretty good too.
Oh, let me go ahead and get that
Are
one.
you still doing that,
Wait,
Tatum?
Very volatile podcast.
Very volatile. I saw
Yeah.
rumors of it coming back.
I didn't. That's why I didn't say anything because I didn't want to dive down this rabbit hole.
It's super frequent episodes. Last one was 7.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Tatum had me
full
record a
hiatus.
voiceover, which I did pro bono for his new show, which isn't a podcast.
I
again.
recorded with Walker too. I
Yeah,
said that
he
there should be a
drags
prediction
me to
market.
his creepy Airbnb with
awful.
Carl, but it was cool that Carl was there. I didn't feel so weird once I knew Carl was going to be there. He's got a strong sense of just protection, So that was good. I wasn't there alone with Tatum, but yeah, Tatum, what are you doing sitting on these things, man? You got to you just got to publish, bro.
We don't have enough time for me to explain it, but I do have a decent plan that I'm just going to stop talking about because I don't know if y'all paid attention, but anytime I mention a plan, it doesn't come back. Hence my last upload being 25 years ago. But I believe that in a certain time frame that is going to happen.
Bulletproof. Yeah. I got to invest.
Some point in time.
Can I get into what you're saying?
Something is happening. It's probably not even going to be.
It better be by block 1 million. Better be before that.
I don't know.
You really.
I said that there should be a prediction market of if I was going to release the episodes I recorded at Bitcoin Vegas this year before Bitcoin Vegas next year. It's looking like you can make some free
Vegas
money there.
episodes and didn't release them.
Mm-hmm.
So people sat with you during the conference and you didn't put the episode
That's
out.
not even the worst.
I would
dude.
fucking
I'm sitting
snap.
on some
I would
people
snap.
who I feel I have not published my episode with Lynn Alden from Pacific Bitcoin 2023.
Dear Lord, dude.
And I forever I feel.
Wait a minute. Can you just without going into I don't need the sort of deep history, but just 20 seconds on why you didn't post it?
focused on the analingus legislation,
His activism got in the way.
otherwise known as rimming or tossing salad. This is his
Got the phone.
work. And I had to Google this or grok it because I just wanted to make sure I had the right terminology here for his cause. I didn't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to offend anybody.
Don't water it down. Yeah.
They're a very active bunch, right? Huge pain in the ass if you get it wrong.
Tatum, you should just release it like when some huge macro event happens, and then release it as if it's current. It's just
Yeah,
current
'cause, like,
title.
that's
Yeah.
also a hard part about it because like a lot of the stuff that I would say and talk about was time sensitive.
No, that's
And-
even better now.
It actually doesn't matter. I don't know if you know, there's like 8 people here. Basically, everyone except me can help you draw up a thumbnail. That'll get you 5,000 plays. No problem.
You guys are getting 5,000 plays.
I had to travel to Costa
There's not that many
Rica to break
Bitcoiners anymore.
1,000 views.
Hate to break it to you.
Everyone's
Oh,
gone now.
man.
There's no one watching any of our stuff. We're just talking
No.
to each other. What did that one guy say? He's like, the Bitcoin podcasts are
In the
worthless.
trenches,
It's the
boys.
same 1,000 people listening to every single show.
5 separate times, 10
It's like,
times each.
Damn, is that true?
Very dedicated audience.
Man.
Very dedicated.
For some reason, people are still watching this, which is a miracle.
Totally.
Good number of them too, which is
Oh,
absolutely
wellness
wonderful.
check.
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Has anyone noted that December 17, 2017 was the all-time high of that cycle?
Was it really?
Yeah.
Wow. I
Like
didn't
8
know
years
that.
ago. And could you imagine? Could you imagine at that time, if you were involved in Bitcoin, anytime you were involved in Bitcoin before, say, 2022, what would be the most bullish scenario you could ever have imagined back then? And literally every day this year, there was probably news bigger than anything you would have imagined in 2017.
Yeah.
Like,
That, I still remember
banks
Pierre
would have
Rochard and
adopted-
Bitstein talking every day about 100K. Bitcoin's going to go to 100K. So December 17th, 2017 must have been the Bcash launch then, right? On Coinbase?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
okay.
And Cedric, can I tell you what my mid to late December of 2017 was? This was, I was working at it was one of my first kind of full-time gigs in Bitcoin. So there's a local OTC desk in Calgary. They had a physical space you could walk into and buy Bitcoin and every fucking shitcoin under the sun with cash. And so,
amazing.
So I'm gonna set the scene. It's myself and 3 other dudes. There are 3 desks in a giant room.
Oh, I've seen this video.
There is around. We just moved into the building like a couple months before. It is complete Wild West shit. The safe is around the corner behind a curtain. It is the peak of insanity. Like every person is like FOMO to the max. The year started at $1,000. Bitcoin is rounding 20K. We've done I think for beginning of the year it was like 1,200. So whatever it was like a 17x or something in a calendar year. I'm sitting there. There is no like real record keeping for anything. It's like the bosses had just said, we need to at least take a name. People would be like, I am Tim the Toolman Taylor. And I'm like, legit typing it into the spreadsheet. And then they would lay down a fucking stack of cash. And then every desk had a money counter because we needed them. And so it's just like sorting through hundreds. The bank across the street ran out of cash and had to call head office to resupply them because people would go there, take out cash, and come across to the OTC.
They were using the bank. That's awesome.
The room is packed shoulder to shoulder of people holding stacks of cash in like grocery bags or whatever the hell they had. And the only reason that they weren't punching each other out to steal other people's cash is because they were too worried about their own cash.
No, Ben. It's because they knew the cash was worthless.
Yeah, it knew that they were breaking out. They were breaking out the matrix, and they were.
Yeah, exactly. Every person that came up to the desk, said, "Give me," and then insert the coin that went up the most that day. All of them, every person. XRP 350 in 2017. Give me 10 grand of that shit. Litecoin at $350. Can I stack 20 G's on this? Absolutely, Tim the Toolman Taylor. That was the vibe in 2017 in mid to late December. I remember us finishing up. By the way, there's no cameras in this place. No cameras at all. There's no security.
You got the security curtain. You got the security curtain.
You don't need it. The insurance company dictates what you need when you have a safe. So like if you have a certain amount of money in the safe, past a certain threshold, you need a camera, plus a certain kind of lock, plus a certain kind of door, plus. So maybe there was a lot of people using it yet, but they were coming. They were ready. They were ready to show up for sure.
It was something else. But I remember finishing out some of the nights, and it was like the scene in Breaking Bad where there's just like the flat of money. that was closing out every night in December of 2017 at this OTC. It was absolute insanity. Yeah, that's what funneled me into, man, a lot of this is bullshit. Maybe I should just focus on Bitcoin. That was that was it.
Totally.
Yeah.
Walker, let's get your take on that wonderful story there, and maybe some nice remarks.
Well, 2017 is when I first bought crypto, but I couldn't afford a full Bitcoin. So I bought a couple of Litecoins I think I bought Charlie Lee's couple of his Litecoins right at the Pico top.
Probably did.
I still don't think Litecoin has recovered to where I bought it from at that time. I don't know what it's at right now, in fiat terms. In fiat terms. So and in Bitcoin terms, I have lost out even more. But that's why I lead with empathy. As much as I like to poke fun at people who are vocally anti-Bitcoin, for people who are Bitcoin curious but just may not understand the ins and outs yet, we all started from a point of zero knowledge. So I try to lead with empathy. Like, I didn't know you could buy fractions of a Bitcoin. I didn't know that. So who am I to call somebody a big dumb fuck for not knowing that? Like, I was that big dumb fuck, that was me. And I bought Litecoin as a result of it. So can't do much worse than that.
There's a coin called Pico coin now on one of these. I can't remember what coin, like Binance.
How do you know that?
I've
coiner.
I looked a little while ago at what I think. I know what Pico, like if you buy the Pico top, I knew what it meant, but I thought it was like an acronym. And it turns out I guess it's not. I don't know what it means still, but I did find that there's another coin called the Pico coin or Pico token or something like that. There's no end to the scam. You can search anything related to crypto and someone's got a coin to sell you for a couple of cents.
Someone made runes of me. I still don't understand how runes work, but they made runes.
Quick story, and then I do have to dip. But just talking about shitcoiner shenanigans, I made up I doctored an old Satoshi email that Marty Malmy had put out, and I put it was just obviously fake. I was like, hey, I know we have Bitcoin.org, but I also bought Titcoin.org just in case, because maybe we should call it Titcoin, because it's like Bitcoin, but people like tits, and anyway, got the domain. Here it is. Obviously very fake. I own the domain Titcoin.org.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's shocking, right?
Good domain.
But anyway, so I post this. It goes super viral. Multiple crypto news outlets write AI generated stories about it. It's got thousands and thousands of likes, just impressions out the wazoo. And after that, then I start getting people in my DMs being like, hey, we just launched the official Titcoin on Solana. Do you want to help promote? And I'm like, fuck you, you fucking scamming fucks. But they just have no shame. And then they were using literally the fake doctored image that I made to be like, see, look, Satoshi, actually, this is the real Satoshi's vision for what Bitcoin should be. And I'm like, you guys just have no shame at all. And probably if I did not have stronger moral conviction, I would I see why people take those, all the fucking dirty crypto money, right? But it's man, I guess it's having some morals may keep you poorer in the short term, but I think you will be wealthier in the long term by far, because you will not have sold your soul, and there is no price tag on that.
Yeah. Walker, before you dip, I just wanted to ask, for anyone who's curious, why should they subscribe to the podcast? And you probably should make it about me. So go ahead.
Well, you see, Nathan often comes on emergency broadcast live streams of the Bitcoin podcast late at night. We've got a backlog of those still to release. But I don't know. I appreciate you guys having me. It's always great to, have a Bitcoin podcast where Bitcoin podcasters podcast about Bitcoin podcasting. It's my favorite activity. And I would just say, yeah, I don't know. If you want to come and check out my show, I think it's pretty decent. I say fucking retard a lot. So just fair warning, it's not always safe for the kids' ears. But you know what? We need more Bitcoin podcasts. So if you don't feel like listening to mine, just go out there and start your own. And you can go to bitcoinpodcast.net/gear, and you can see all the gear that I use to make my Bitcoin podcast. There is no excuse for not having a Bitcoin podcast these days. If you have a phone, you can have a Bitcoin podcast. You don't need a fancy microphone. All you need is to get up in the morning with a can-do attitude and say, fuck it, I'm going to talk about Bitcoin into a microphone for a couple hours a day. You can just do things. You can just start a Bitcoin podcast. Until there are more Bitcoin podcasts than TradFi podcasts, we don't have enough Bitcoin podcasts. So shout out to the Bitcoin podcasters out there, and shout out to you, Anon, listening, because maybe you'll become a Bitcoin podcaster someday soon. In fact, you already are. You just don't know it yet. All right.
Amen.
Merry Christmas to everybody. I got to dip now. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate you guys very much.
Great
Cheers.
stuff.
Tatum, good luck with your podcasts. Peace.
Thanks, man.
See you, man.
Amazing. Well,
That's my dad.
That was the best pitch for Bitcoin podcasting I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, truly phenomenal work there from Walker. Gentlemen, we're gonna start rounding out here. Tatum, I'm sorry to say that this Christmas miracle is not gonna happen.
Glad I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, well,
it would have just been really.
You would have loved the vest though, Tatum.
Probably did it. You need to lose the vest next time, because that's really that'll clinch the deal. I think that's in the cards. But we're gonna round out, and I do want to say a huge thank you to all you guys, everybody that's been watching throughout the evening. Great having you here. Of course, make sure that you, of course, go and if you can sign. If I can find, there we go. Sign the petition for Keone and Bill, Samurai Wallet developers that are unfortunately slated to be headed to prison very shortly here. But also outside of that, there he is. Outside of that, be sure to check out all the gentlemen on the screen here and all the stuff that they're working on. We've been sharing it throughout the episode. Nathan, if you want to.
Yeah, let's make the rounds here. Joey, give me the case for CBP, buddy.
Yeah, man. Listen, Ben, always good to see you. You guys too doing a great job over at the Sessions team. Brandon said, Tatum, Gary. I mean, listen, Walker's right. He's joking a little bit, but he's right. Everyone should be talking about Bitcoin more. And so it's a pleasure to do it with some of the best in the biz here. CBP runs every Monday night. We talk a lot of Canada, some clown world, and we've recently introduced somehow a sponsored segment where we compare a Brampton man to another man from Ontario or somewhere else in the country and decide which one is which in a blind test. It's been very successful, and we're selling a lot of product on that segment, which I don't know whether to laugh or cry, but it's fine. Tune in, and you don't have to listen to my Bitcoin podcast, but you should listen to someone's Bitcoin podcast. Don't go out there blind. That's for sure.
If you tune into the CBP live streams, you'll often find me there in the chat as well.
Yeah, it's busy chat. It's busy chat. It's fun.
Yeah, 100%. Nathan, let's go down the line. Yeah, Cedric.
Yeah, you should listen or start your own podcast. I don't have a case for the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. We talk to the same 4 people these guys are talking to.
It's really fucking good. I'll tell you right now. I've been listening to it for years. It was hugely underappreciated for the longest fucking time. I'm glad to see he's killing it lately. But you absolutely need to go and subscribe to the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. It is worth your time. It is worth every minute.
Cedric, are you going to message me back about when we're going to record? Because you left me on red after you asked me to come on a couple months ago.
Tatum, I didn't want to say this publicly. I sat down next to you in Vegas. I tried to talk to you several times. I don't think I introduced myself. You wouldn't talk to me. I don't know if you knew who I was. I didn't feel.
It wasn't in his right mind in Vegas.
With a DM after that, but we are starting a petition to keep you out of jail, and we're going to try to legalize the ass eating. So we're dedicating the show for the rest of 2026 to saving your ass, keeping you out of prison. Keone's jumping in. Everyone's on board. Ross Ulbricht. We're all gonna fight for this. You're one of us, so well, maybe not one of us, but we're gonna try to keep you out of prison.
Hashtag do it for Tatum. Do it for Tatum.
Yeah, can you imagine Tatum single-handedly secures an executive order to legalize eating ass? Like,
50 Cent's working on a documentary, and it's called Tatum Did It.
50 Cent.
It's probably gonna go straight to YouTube, though. I don't know.
Says wait till the end of the show to drop bombs. That's great.
Yeah, there's a lot of outtakes and behind-the-scenes footage with Aubrey. So good luck.
She will be so glad that she didn't join tonight.
I still feel like I'm going to have to go apologize to her after this. I don't even know.
I mean, now she knows to never make an appearance, but we'll keep trying next year. Let's toss it to Brandon. Brandon, let people know what you've been working on, but that is infinitely better than what just transpired.
Who knows? At this point, who knows? Yeah, I know that my pod's a little bit. I'm definitely a little more of the revolutionary side, probably in me. So if you want a little more of that flair to the show, then that's me. But more importantly, Merry Christmas to everybody here. Just Walker said it too. I mean, just we need to overwhelm the system. So I mean, legit, if you have some type of talent inside of Bitcoin that Bitcoin can use, do it. Because we need the less collateral damage, the better. The faster we can move this transition along, let's go. And sign the Keone petition as well. That's the next step, the easy next step that everyone can do. So make sure we do that. And Merry Christmas, fellas. Amazing time.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. Brandon undersells it. His show is phenomenal as well, too. Really, really good signal. A lot of phenomenal guests.
Yeah, absolutely. Really quick, we'll go to Gary and Tatum for any Christmassy messages, things you want people to check out. Gary, I'll go to you first.
Gary, shill your show that I'm on with you.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Mentor sessions, Nathan and I feel bad that Tatum kind of gave it away at the beginning of the podcast, but in the interest of being as meta as possible, we'll be inviting different Bitcoin podcasters on each week.
Man, that means I can't be on it.
Yeah, no. Well, you can get that out there. I respect what you're doing. You're just, low time preference. You want to make sure each podcast is as good as possible. You're a craftsman. Get it out in 2027. You'll be good. But we're inviting each on for an ass eating sampler, and we'll be reviewing each Bitcoin podcaster's ass each week. And so we look forward to having you all on.
Make sure you cut your dairy a couple weeks in advance.
Suppository.
I am so
suppository podcast.
glad that my mom just
the Orange Pill Suppository podcast.
I'm also just amazed that views have actually gone up a little bit at the end, which is just blowing my mind.
Because people are really messaging other people going, listen to these fucking
You're never
idiots."
going to believe what's happening. It's a Christmas miracle. Tatum, unfortunately, I'm going to give you the last word. So
I'll try to round it out.
Hold on. Let's give you the main stage. Where'd he go? Oh no.
Pull it up.
How do I do this?
Oh, there he goes. Here
Ben
we go.
killed me.
I want to give you the appropriate.
Jeez.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. Tatum,
Sampling of
all right,
every
take it away.
restream format here.
Yeah.
The last time that I saw Benjamin Sessions, I was knocking on Blackout's door in the middle of New York City. I was abandoned that night, and I had to somehow figure out how to make it back to New Jersey, and my phone was dead. I didn't have my wallet. That has nothing to do with what I was about to say, but I wanted to bring that up because it was just extremely funny and very canon Tatum. But I do want to say Merry Christmas to everyone. Follow me on Twitter. I'm chilling. Sorry, guys. I did do a talk show. I may still do it. Who knows? I don't know. It's on YouTube. You can go watch it if you follow me on Twitter. I talk about mining and sacrifice convenience. Until then, you're not free. And also, you do not have to be a developer or a finance bro to work on Bitcoin. Whatever you're doing and what you enjoy doing, put Bitcoin on it somehow. Look at Ben Justman with Wine. Look at the Crypto Couple with their content that they create, the videos they do. You don't have to be a tech guru or finance guy to give back and work on Bitcoin. So anyway, Merry Christmas, I guess.
I love it. I love it. Also, Tatum, the epic, my birthday at Pub Key in New York, end of the night, as we left Pub Key when it was being shut down, and then we were finding our way to whatever the hell bar we ended up at next. I got the most epic, like, Midtown Manhattan shot of you of all time.
It was so sick. And that was before I cut my hair. Oh yeah, look at right there.
Amazing.
Isn't that amazing?
That was good.
He's like, guys, come on, cross.
I had no idea that was happening. I couldn't tell you what I'm doing in that picture.
Like, what an amazing,
Thanks,
amazing shot. So yeah, it's like probably one of the best photos I've ever taken in my life, and it was drunk ass Tatum in Midtown Manhattan trying to find another bar. But gentlemen, we'll round it out here. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you and all of the guests that I've had over the course of the night.
Bro, thanks to you, Ben. You're the one doing the show. Fucking is this clock right here that we can all see? This 4 hours, 40 minutes?
Yeah, 4.5 hours.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Are you going to cry this year after we all leave again?
No.
Oh.
I'm gonna go and relax and have a beverage.
Have some ass.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm so sorry for ruining the future of your career.
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
Couldn't have ended the night more perfectly.
Yeah, amazing. So gents, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
I just got here. Sorry.
And hell yeah. We'll see you guys for the next one. Have a very Merry Christmas. Cheers, guys.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry
Thanks,
Christmas.
man.
Merry Christmas.
And there we go. Thank you guys all for watching very much. It's been a hell of a year. The show is not done for the end of the year. We've still got a couple more things coming out, so make sure you stay tuned. And 2026 is going to be a banger. So continue to tune in, subscribe if you're not. Although if you just sat through what transpired with all those gentlemen, then you're here for some reason. So either way, it's been an amazing year. I want to say again a huge thank you to everybody. Be sure to check out the petition there for Keone and Bill. And other than that, we'll give a final shout out to sponsors, and I'll also play a little clip that will encourage you to head over to the Learn page and continue to learn your self-custody skills as well as some privacy and stuff like that. So with that, it's been a blast. I also want to give a quick shout out to the man that always builds my incredible poster for every show. This was done by World of Rusty at World of Rusty on Twitter. And he did a fantastic job putting everybody together in this beautiful little image here. Yes, rough here. We're all working at McDonald's. Either way, absolute blast. So thank you guys so much. And we'll sign off here. We'll see you guys for the next one. Happy holidays. Looking for a simple and secure way to manage your Bitcoin on mobile? AQUA Wallet has you covered. It's user-friendly and puts you in full control of your Bitcoin with secure self-custody. AQUA also supports Lightning and Liquid Network, making fast, cheap Bitcoin payments and asset transfers easier than ever. Plus, it even supports stablecoins, giving you ultimate flexibility. Built on open source code, AQUA is transparent, trustworthy, and perfect for beginner and pros alike. Ready to upgrade your Bitcoin experience? Click the link in the show notes or scan the QR code on the screen now to download AQUA Wallet today. Securing your Bitcoin doesn't have to be complicated or invasive. With NUNCHUK's HONEYBADGER plan, you get state-of-the-art multi-sig with built-in inheritance planning and no KYC required. NUNCHUK is trusted by users to secure billions of dollars in Bitcoin. The HONEYBADGER plan offers 204 assisted multisig, guiding you step-by-step on mobile or desktop. It works seamlessly with hardware wallets like TapSigner, ColdCard, Jade, and plenty of others, so you're always in control. Plus, with non-KYC inheritance planning, you can ensure your Bitcoin goes to your loved ones. No private info needed. Take control of your Bitcoin today. Click the link in the show notes or scan the QR code on the screen to check out the HONEYBADGER plan. DEBIFI is the best and easiest way to borrow against your Bitcoin in a non-custodial way. Funds are held in a multi-sig escrow where you hold a key, and the platform allows for excellent hardware like the Cold Card Mark IV and the Q. You have access to flexible conditions, the best rates, and institutional grade liquidity. If you're looking to make use of your capital, don't sell your Bitcoin, borrow against it. You can head over to DEBIFI.com to check them out, or simply scan the QR code on the screen. Hey, you. Yes, you watching the Bitcoin price movements and the latest exciting news. It's awesome to stay informed, but the real power of Bitcoin comes from taking control. Don't just watch, take action. Head over to btcsessions.ca/learn for free step-by-step tutorials that guide you through every major skill you need to know, plus full video playlists for deeper dives on any topic you like. And if you're ready for the ultimate fast track, scroll to the bottom and check out bitcoinmentor.io for premium one-on-one experience with my team of Bitcoin experts to ensure you get it right the first time. Don't wait. Secure your Bitcoin future today. Hit the link in the show notes or scan the QR code on the screen.